this national seminar is divided into three sessions, and all these sessions will focus on sustainable economy, society, and environment. Friends, this is the moment we have been waiting for. Our honorable guests are arriving, so let's stand up together and welcome them with a standing ovation. Please give them a huge round of applause. Let your energy fill this hall. The President of Council of Education, Sir Rajnitai Magdum, Dr. Vishwanath Ji Magdum Sahib, Secretary Council of Education, Principal Dr. Varsha Mahinderki Ma'am, so, my dear friends, before we move ahead, let us begin with a moment of respect as we offer a floral tribute to Padma Shri Dr. Ratnappa Kumar. Let us remember the visionary who dedicated his life to education. Under his dynamic leadership, the Council of Education took shape, opening the doors of quality education to countless students across the state. We take pride in his guidance. That's why Deshbhakta Ratnappa Kumar was a Thor Swatantra Sainik. He was Adarsh Samaj Sudharak. He was Khyatnam Jeshta Rajkarni Niti. He was Sahkar Maharshi. And yes, he was Shikshan Tadnya. Principal Dr. Varsha Mahinderki ma'am, offering respect. Dr. S.S. Desai, co-convener of this national seminar. Now friends, let's inaugurate today's national seminar by watering the plants. I request the President of Council of Education, so Rajnitai Magdum, please water the plant and inaugurate the national seminar. Dr. Vishwanath Ji Magdum Sahib. My dear friends, as the roots go deep in the sound, in the ground, apne vicharana build a strong foundation sound. Let every leaf shine in the sun, Nan and Pragati walk as one. Today we plant hope, our journey has begun. May this plant grow strong, just like our ideas go through dialogue and research. Now I request all the respected dignitaries, please grace the dais with your presence. I request all the participants, please be seated, have a seat. Thank you everyone, thank you so much. So my dear friends, Honorable Deshbhakta Ratnappa Kumar was deeply inspired by the great thoughts of Mahatma Basavanna, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Mahatma Jyotirao Phule, Rajarshi Shahu Maharaj and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. For 67 glorious years, he has transformed all those ideas into action and built not just an institution but a sacred space of learning. That is our proud Council of Education's Deshbhakta Ratnappa Kumar College of Commerce, Kolhapur. To preserve this legacy and to strengthen our identity, our college composed its own institutional prayer. This prayer is not merely a composition of words, it is a collective voice. It is our culture. It is our daily reminder of who we are and what we stand for. Now I humbly request everyone, please stand up and join your hands, close your eyes and listen with devotion to the audio presentation of our institutional prayer. Let's feel it, not just hear it. The College of the Prayer. Thank you. Please take a seat. Dr. U.R. Patil, sir, Principal Knight College, Arts and Commerce, Kolhapur. Welcome, sir. Now, my dear friends, let me share a small thought-provoking story at the beginning. So there was once a village that became very rich within a few years. Now buildings were built, industries started growing, money was flowing everywhere. But slowly, the river near the village began to dry. The air became polluted. People started feeling sick, falling sick. One day, an old farmer stood up and said, "We earned wealth, but we lost our health. We built the economy, but we forgot our environment." आणि तेव्हा त्या गावाला समजलं विकास म्हणजे पैसा नाही, विकास म्हणजे समाज, पर्यावरण आणि अर्थव्यवस्था यांचा समतोल. Development is not about growing fast, it is about growing wisely. That is why today we are gathered here for this national seminar organized by the Department of Economics on the theme Sustainable Development of India, Balancing Economy, Society and Environment. Because development without balance is destruction, but development with balance is the future. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Raj Birjay, and I am your host of today's seminar. It is indeed a great privilege to welcome you all on behalf of Council of Education's Deshbhakta Ratnappa Kumar College of Commerce and the Department of Economics to this gathering of knowledge, innovation and inspiration, that is a national seminar entitled Sustainable Development in India, Balancing Economy, Society and Environment, organized by the Department of Economics. Respected dignitaries, learned scholars, and my dear students, Dr. Vishwanath Mukdum Sahib, Secretary Council of Education, welcome sir. I feel great to welcome our mentor, keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Yashwantji Thorat, former chairman, NABARD. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome Honorable Professor M.S. Deshmukh, in charge Dean, Faculty of Humanities and HOD. I feel great to welcome Honorable Professor Dr. V. Zube, former HOD Department of Economics, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I also welcome Honorable Professor Dr. Ajay Sonawani, Faculty of Law, Delhi University, Delhi. We extend a warm welcome to our guiding force principal, Dr. Varsha Mahendraging ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. I also welcome Vice Principal Captain Dr. R.S. Naik and all the conveners, co-conveners, namely Dr. S.F. Botikar, Dr. S.S. Desai, Shri K.D. Binde, Shri K.C. Joshi, Mr. P.M. Sote, along with all the respected dignitaries, my dear colleagues from teaching and non-teaching staff, my beloved students, other participants. Last but not least, I am happy to welcome the participants, delegates, faculties from different colleges in this one-day national seminar. So once again, wholeheartedly, I welcome you all. Now, with due respect, I invite our beloved principal, Dr. Varsha Mahendraging ma'am, to kindly welcome all the dignitaries and share her introductory remarks. Principal Dr. Varsha Mahendraging ma'am.
Hello. Yes. Very good morning and warm greetings to one and all. Honorable, welcome Dr. Zubai sir
I feel
to
great
this auditorium.
Honorable Dr. Department of Economics. Huge round of applause. Guest speaker, Honorable Professor Dr. V. Chugre, former Head Department of Economics, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Thank you so much. My request, please grace the dais with your presence, sir. Honorable Professor Dr. V.V. Sugre. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Please sit down. Thank you.
Very good morning and warm greetings to one and all. Honorable Dr. Yashwant Thorat sir, former President NABARD and keynote speaker for today's seminar, who is present online. Honorable Chief Presence Dr. Ajay Sonavne sir from Delhi University, who is going to share with you in online mode. Honorable Dr. V.B. Zugay sir, former head of the Department of Economics, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and my guru, Honorable Dr. M.S. Deshmukh sir, resource person for the technical session, head Department of Economics and in charge dean, Faculty of Humanities, Dr. S.G. Gowde sir, resource persons for these technical sessions, Honorable Sau Rajnitai Magdum, President, Council of Education, Honorable Secretary Dr. Vishwanathji Magdum Sahib, Secretary, Council of Education, Principal Dr. Uttam Patil Sir, Knight College of Arts and Commerce, Convener of the seminar and Vice Principal Dr. R.S. Naik Sir, Dr. Bothikar Sir, Co-Conveners Dr. S.S. Desai Sir, Sri Dinde Sir, and Mr. Praveen Sote Sir, teaching and administrative staff of my college, press reporters, and all my dear delegates from different colleges. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the today's one-day national seminar on sustainable development in India, balancing economy, society, and environment. Our parent institute, Council of Education, is founded in 1951 by late Honorable Padma Shri Dr. Deshabhakta Ratnapanna Kumar, renowned freedom fighter, prominent social worker, educationalist, patriot, who worked tirelessly to promote national consciousness and social reforms. His dedication left a lasting impact on the cultural, political, educational, cooperative landscape of India. It's a matter of pride that his beloved daughter, Honorable Sau Rajnitai Magdum, is taking the legacy of his father ahead with the same spirit and devotion. Since its inception, Council of Education has been a pioneer in providing quality higher education. The journey began with the establishment of Shahaji Law College in 1933, followed by DRK College of Commerce in 1951, Knight College of Arts and Commerce in 1971. The council furthered its academic legacy by establishment of Parvati Devi Kumar College of Nursing. Our DRK College of Commerce is one of the reputed college in the area of Shivaji University, well equipped with excellent infrastructural and academic facilities. The college is accredited with A grade by NAC and is conferred autonomous status by University Grants Commission, New Delhi. Adding to its credentials, it is ISO 9001 2015 certified. The college runs different programs like BCom in both Marathi and English medium, BBA, BCA, BSc, MCom, and MBA. Apart from this, it runs 13 skill enhancement programs. It is a matter of pride that our college has been recognized as a coaching center for professional education like CA, CMA, etc. The college conducts many co-curricular, extracurricular and extension activities for all-round development of students. And as a result, the college has strong alumni comprising World Bank advisor, MLAs, mayors, IAS, IPS officers, CAs, CMAs, entrepreneurs, and players at national and international level and artists at national and international levels. The college is very keen in promoting research culture among teachers and students and conducts various seminars on recent topics. Today's seminar on sustainable development, balancing economy, environment is an attempt in this direction. As all of us know, sustainable development is a development that meets the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. We don't inherit the earth from ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Earth provides enough to satisfy every person's need, but not every person's greed, as rightly said by Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi ji. Sustainable development is often conceptualized as resting on three foundational pillars, many times called as triple bottom line, that is economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and social sustainability. It is not about preventing change or maintaining status quo. Instead, it involves building systems that can adapt to inevitable changes while preserving core functionality and creating new opportunity. India is a country with over 1.4 billion population where there is a tough competition to meet the basic needs of a healthy lifestyle. Large population, poverty and inequality, and environmental degradation are the major challenges. During this seminar, we will explore innovative policy solutions, collaborative framework, and practical approaches for achieving long-term sustainability in India. Through experts' insights, focused discussions, and actionable recommendations, the seminar will pave the way for more effective and inclusive and resilient development. We are fortunate to have a line of experts: Dr. Yashwant Thorat sir, Dr. Ajay Sonavne sir, Dr. V.B. Zugay sir, and Dr. M.S. Deshmukh sir in their field, who will share their knowledge, research, and perspectives on sustainable development. I am happy to say that near about 150 participants registered for this seminar with 75 plus research papers, which we are going to publish very soon. Together, we will engage in meaningful discussions, exchange ideas, and explore how we can contribute to sustainable development. Once again, I welcome you all, such a diverse and passionate group gathered here to discuss one of the most needed topics in the world of academia and beyond. I hope this seminar will explore valuable insights regarding sustainable development. We encourage your active participation, thoughtful questions, and open minded exploration throughout the event. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. Vanessa.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Dr. Saib, before we move ahead, I would like to sincerely thank our respected principal, ma'am. It is our vision and constant support that have made today's national seminar possible. So thank you so much. To our respected dignitaries and my dear participants, India is rich in culture and tradition. So without wasting much time, let's felicitate our respected dignitaries. So, to begin with, we take pride in felicitating Professor Dr. V. Zube, former Head Department of Economics, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and the honors will be presented by Sir Rajnitai Ji Magdum with a shawl, slipper, bouquet, and college mic. I request President of Council of Education, Sir Rajnitai Ji Magdum, please felicitate our chief guest, our speaker, Professor Dr. V. Zogoi. President of Council of Education is feliciting the well-known celebrated figure Professor Dr. V. Zogoi, offering his own college magazine enterprise, Schiffer, and okay. Sir, please accept it as a token of love. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now we express our respect to Sir Rajnitai Ji Magdum, President Council of Education. I request our Principal Dr. Varsha Mahindergi ma'am, please present bouquet and college magazine as a token of gratitude. Once again, I request our Principal ma'am to the honor of Secretary Dr. Vishwanath Ji Magdum Sahib by offering a bouquet and college magazine. Ma'am, thank you so much. Now I request Vice Principal Dr. R.S. Naik, sir, please felicitate Dr. U.R. Patil, Principal, Knight College of Arts and Commerce, by offering a bouquet and college magazine. Sir, please accept it as a token of love. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request R.S. Naik, sir, please felicitate our Principal, ma'am, Dr. Varsha Mahindergi, for offering a bouquet and college magazine. Thank you so much. We also organize a valuable contribution of Vice Principal Dr. R.S. Naik, sir, along with the conveners and co-conveners, Dr. S.S. Desai, Dr. K.D. Dinde, Shri K.C. Joshi. I request Dr. S.A. Potikar, please extend the college magazine to all the conveners and co-conveners. Dr. S.A. Potikar. Co-convener. So much. I request, please take your seat. I know everyone is so much excited to listen keynote address. So ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the keynote introduction, I would like to share something very important. Due to unavoidable circumstances, our respected keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Yashwant Thoraji, and the guest speaker, Honorable Dr. Ajay Sonawneji, could not join us physically at the last moment. However, their commitment and love for our institution are so strongly that they ensure their presence through virtual address. Despite the situation, they did not let us feel their absence. For this gesture and affection towards our college, we are truly grateful. So let us express our heartfelt appreciation with a big round of applause. Now it's my pleasure to invite Dr. S.S. Desai, co-convener of this national seminar, to formally introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Yashwant Thorat and Dr. Ajay Sonawani. Dr. S.S. Desai.
Thank you, sir. Honorable guests, respected dignitaries, dear teachers, research fellow and students, on behalf of DRK College of Commerce, I express our heartfelt gratitude to our honorable guest for graciously accepting our invitation and for sparing their valuable time to be with us. We are deeply honored to welcome and introduce Dr. Yashwant Thorat sir, a distinguished economist, academician, and a former chairman of National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development, that is NABARD, New Delhi. As a chief guest and inaugurator of this seminar, with a renowned professional journey that began at Reserve Bank of India and culminated in national level leadership at NABARD. Dr. Thorat has made remarkable contribution to rural finance, agricultural development, cooperative banking, and institutional credit policy in India. His continued engagement in advisory, academic, and development roles reflect a lifelong commitment to inclusive growth and sustainable rural transformation. Dr. Thorat's visionary understanding of interrelationship between economy, society, and environment makes his presence especially meaningful for this seminar dedicated to sustainable development. His insights not only enrich academic discourse but also provide a practical direction for policy, governance, and community centered progress. It is therefore a matter of immense pride and privilege for our institution to have Dr. Thorat inaugurated this seminar and guide its deliberations with his wisdom and experience. We are also privileged to welcome and introduce another guest of this seminar, that is Professor Dr. Ajay Sonawne sir, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, New Delhi, as distinguished resource person with rich teaching and research experience across premier institutions such as Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai, and Savitri Bai Phule, Pune University, Pune. Dr. Sonawne has consistently contributed to the advancement of legal education, human rights scholarship, and constitutional studies. His strong academic अच्छा ठीक 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 yes चालेल चालेल yes I will introduce Dr. Ajay Sonawne sir at the time of his speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the informative introduction. Now I request the technical team to play the virtual keynote address of Honorable Dr. Yashwant Thorat, former Chairman NABARD. Now I'm playing.
Respected Chair,
Thank
distinguished
you.
guests, teachers, and students. I'm honored to be with you today and grateful to the organizers for having permitted me to speak on a subject of my choice within the broad framework of development. Talk on the history and paradox of development is to take you step by step from a time after the Second World War when development was mainly understood to be economic growth and modernization, to today, when the debate is around sustainable development. It is my hope that this journey will help you to see your own world and your own responsibilities within that and make it more clear. Because unless you do that, we may have no world that we know, or at least a world worth living in. Since with the Second World War. The Second World War started in 1939, and when it ended 6 years later in 1945, the world lay in ruins. 3% of the world's population, 85 million people, lay dead on battlefields of various countries at an overall cost of 20 trillion US dollars by today's standards. The agricultural and manufacturing base of all countries engaged in our war was destroyed. And 40% of the total built up area of the European countries had been 40,000 miles of railway track, and 56,000 miles of roads had been completely destroyed. This was one side of it. The other major development was that many Asian and African colonies were entering independence. And the Cold War between the capitalist and the communist blocs had just started. Text that the modern idea of development as a formal field of study took shape. It moved to the center of global politics and economics because development seemed to offer a promise to the relatively poorer nations. The promise was that the path followed by the industrialized countries to economic prosperity was the correct one, and that if the relatively poor nations wanted to better their economic conditions, all that they had to do was to follow that belief. Argued that societies moved in stages from traditional to modern, and development in this field meant accelerating the process of transition. Later, this theory was translated into models and numbers, which treated development as a technical problem of increased savings, investment, and output. Growth was presented almost like a formula. Raise the savings rate, channel it into productive investment, and the economy shall increase at a predictable pace till it reaches takeoff. This was comforting to policymakers because the direction towards growth was fixed and agreed upon, and the task of policy was only to speed up growth. This framework gave rise to a standard set of policy instructions. Build dams, set up heavy industry, create public sector enterprises, protect domestic producers through tariffs and import control, and plan economies through multi-year plans. The idea was that once the heavy base of industry and infrastructure was built, the economy would take off. And once that happened, prosperity would trickle down to every level. India's development strategy reflected this thinking. The Planning Commission, the 5-year plans, the steel plants at Kilai, Alkela, and Durgapur, the multi-purpose river valley projects like Andhra became symbols of a modernizing nation, expressing the faith that large-scale industrial and infrastructural projects will lift our country out of poverty. At this stage of economic thought, development was equated with rapid economic growth and industrial expansion. However, and this is an important however, many countries which had followed the recommended path built dams, built steel plants, created public enterprises, implemented plans, found that notwithstanding the growth, poverty remained widespread. Unemployment or underemployment continued to persist. Slums expanded, and famines and food shortages reminded everyone that growth had not delivered what had promised. Puzzlers. The puzzle was that the development path was correct, as it had been argued. If the development path was correct, why were its benefits not reaching the ordinary? The simple equation, more GDP is equal to more development, no longer matched the lived reality of large sections of the global population. It with that fact, two powerful lines of criticism emerged. The first came from Latin American economists who argued that underdevelopment was not merely a matter of being behind on the same goal. Underdevelopment was not a matter of being behind on the same goal. Underdevelopment was produced and reproduced by the structure of the global economics. They said that the world economy was organized around the group of industrial countries and an outer circle of poor countries. The countries manufactured high value goods and combined finance and technology. The countries at the periphery on the fringe were blocked, supplying raw materials, agricultural products, and cheap labor. As a result of this, the surplus that was created moved from the outer circle of countries to the inner circle of the country. And it was this that made persistent and unequal development an outcome of the system itself. India's emphasis on self-reliance, import substitution, and limits on foreign investments was partly shaped by such concerns about remaining stuck in a subordinate position within the world economy. The debates around license and permit Raj and protection also reflected fears of dependence and on unequal terms of criticism. The second criticism was focused directly on the everyday lives of people. Studies show that it was very much possible for a country to achieve high growth without population having enough food, secure housing, primary health, or even basic. In other words, growth exists with great deprivation. Out of this criticism came an approach which argued that the real test of development was not the rate of growth, but whether essential needs of people were needs such as animal nutrition, shelter, clean water, basic health care, primary schooling, and minimum social security. Economists argue that development strategies should not merely be judged by outputs, but by their ability to meet such basic human needs, especially for the poorest sections of the population. This shift influenced economic thinking in a major and made employment generation, land reform, rural development, food security, and expansion of primary education and health move closer to the center of India. In India, the Green Revolution, the public distribution system, and later rural employment schemes such as what is now America can be seen in different ways as responses to the twin challenges of producing more food and providing basic economic security. Their design and impacts may be debated, but one thing was absolutely clear that the system was now struggling to find solution to questions which the early growth models had ignored. So then, these two criticisms forced policymakers to confront issues of inequality and focus on the concrete living condition of people and not simply on national income tax. As these debates intensified and deepened, it became clear that the way development was measured had to change. The argument was that if GDP could rise while large number of people remain hungry, uneducated and insecure, then GDP alone was incomplete and misleading measure of this insight led to efforts to create broader indicators of human well-being beyond per capita. These measures consider health, education, nutrition, security, and freedoms that people actually need. The first idea was that development should be understood as the expansion of the real available to people. This measures which focused on human development and shaped how human moved in the year 2000. The Millennium Development Goals gave international community a set of time-bound, measurable targets on poverty, primary education, child and maternal health, gender equality, and environmental sustainability. These goals were criticized initially as being narrow, top down, and not giving adequate attention to ecological limits. But notwithstanding these criticisms, the MDGs signaled that the world was at last willing to judge development in terms of basic social outcomes and not on the basis of progress. In 2015, the 2030 Agenda and the 17 SDGs widened the focus even further to include going from energy, decent work, industry, infrastructure, reduction of inequalities, promoting sustainable cities. But what was more important was that these goals applied to all, rich and poor alike, reinforcing the idea that development was and is a universal challenge, not just a third world. This broader perspective meant, for instance, tracking progress on school enrollment and learning outcomes, child nutrition, access to water, sanitation, and electricity, even in years when GDP growth was strong. It also drew attention to inequalities amongst the states comprising India, to inequalities between the rural and urban sectors, and along lines of caste, class, and gender, reminding us that averages concede more than they reveal. In short, the emphasis on human development turned from how fast is your economy growing to what is happening to the life and who are those who are left behind. A further turning point in the development thinking came from environment. By the late 60s and 70s, rapid industrialization, urban expansion, large infrastructure projects, and chemically intensive agriculture were putting a very heavy pressure on air, water, land, forests. It was realized that rivers were getting polluted, city air was dangerously dirty, forests were cleared for dams, mines, and plantations, and soil erosion became serious problem. At first, these problems were merely treated as side effects of otherwise desirable growth. But over time, it became very clear that environmental damage was neither marginal nor acid rain, the loss of biodiversity, and later global climatic change showed people that the impacts of industrial activity could cross boundaries and affect the entire planet. The assumption that nature was not an Akshaya, the assumption that nature was not an inexhaustible supply began to be seriously considered. Influential studies conducted during this period introduced the idea of planetary limits, and it was argued that endless increase in material and energy uses are impossible on a finite earth. At the same time, evidence showed that the poorest communities often suffered first and most from famines, droughts, pollution, and deforestation. Thus, it was shown that the environmental issues were also issues of natural justice. Who benefits from the resources and who bears the cost? The Stockholm Conference on Human Environment brought these concerns to international attention, and it also revealed a deep north-south division. The 1987 London Commission report, Our Common Future, responded with the now famous definition of sustainable development, development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their. In one sentence, it linked three elements. It linked three elements ecological news, poverty, and inequality. It's that we can talk seriously about development only when we address all the needs of the poor today and the limits of the planet tomorrow. In India, the tension and possibilities of sustainable development can be seen vividly specifically. The long debates around the Narmada Dam highlight questions about benefits from larger projects and who is displaced from their homeland. Or the experience of Delhi's air pollution rising makes visible the costs of rapid, poorly regulated urbanization and motorization, especially for children, work, and the elderly. Parks and wind farms in recent years showed attempts to shift towards cleaner energy, but this raises fresh concerns about land use, local consent, and natural justice. Show us one thing quite clear that sustainable development is not an abstract slogan. It is a contested practice on the ground. There is no single uncontested theory of development. Students encounter development, human development, sustainable development, green growth, e-growth, just transition, decolonial and feminist approaches, and indigenous perspective. Each framework illuminates some questions and leaves others in shadow. For those of us who are in India, this history is not just an academic story. It is a way of seeing your own world with sharp eyes. Whenever you hear the word development, it invites us to ask, development for whom? Development on what terms? And development at what cost? And with that, what consequences for the earth? It tells us to look at a dam or a highway or a smart city or a coal mine or a solar plant renewable, not just as concrete structures or structures producing megawatts, but also as people, as ecology, and our future intertwined with them. The most important lesson, perhaps, is this: development is not merely a technical problem to be solved by experts. It's a moral and political conversation about what we value as human beings and how we choose to live with each other on this planet. That I have to say is this: that if many years from today someone is to write the history of development in our time, if someone is to write the history of development thinking in our time, let them write that ours was an age when the new idea of development was raised. An idea that had the courage to hold together justice, equity, and the healing of the earth. What that idea will be, I cannot say, for it does not yet exist in any text. But of this, I am sure. This much I know, that this idea will be created by the choices that all of you make today. The solidarities that you build and the honesty with which you look at both suffering and the possibilities around you will finally shape the sun. That idea will be created when confronted by a rhetoric that hides injustice or ignores ecological debate. All of you, especially those who are young, will stand up and say, no, this is that. This brings me to the end of my talk, but only part. This does not bring to an end the day that I go to Ranapatubhasa in my. I knew him well when I was in college. Every time I secured a position or did well in the exams or I became the general secretary, I would invariably receive a letter from Ratnapal, invariably congratulating me and saying that he was watching my program. I also had a common friend with Alan Patil's father, Patil Patil. Many occasions on which Ratna Bharna counseled him and gave me advice as to what I should do in my life. I want to tell you one thing. You may all be mad, but you do not know what he has done for us and what he has done for our district. The strength of Maharashtra certainly was built by people like Yashodhara Thakur. But had it not been built on the shoulders of scholars like Ratna Panna and others in other districts and parts of Maharashtra would never have risen as it did. In conclusion, I want to thank him and pay homage to a great man's great man. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai.
Thank you so much for such up to the mark and inspiring address. Thank you so much. Without wasting much time, let's hear the next virtual address. For this, again, I request Dr. S. Desai, please introduce our next speaker, Dr. Ajay Sonawani.
Thank you, sir. We are also feel privileged to welcome and introduce our another guest and Faculty of Law, Delhi University, Delhi, as a distinguished resource person with rich teaching and research experience across premier institutions such as Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, and Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. Dr. Sonavne sir has consistently contributed to the advancement of legal education, human rights scholarships, and constitutional studies. His strong academic foundation, supplemented by advanced research and specialized training in human rights, cooperative laws, and cyber laws, reflects his multidimensional engagement with these contemporary legal issues. Dr. Sonavne sir's academic interest in constitutional governance, administrative law, jurisprudence, and social justice closely connected laws with the broader goals of sustainable and inclusive development. Through his participation in national seminars, webinars, and scholarly discussions, he has actively shaped dialogues on consumer rights, democratic accountability, and evolving legal frameworks in India. His presence in this seminar brings valuable intellectual depth, ethical perspective, and ethical orientation
I welcome for this one day seminar on very important topic of sustainable development in India, balancing economy, society and environment. And really we are very proud and lucky. Just now you are listened to very important speaks. NABARD Director, Past President Yeshwantrao Thorat and Ajay Sonone. And now we are going to listen to very important talk from the Vasant Jugle Sahib, who is past Dean of this economy of the Shivaji University. So I really thankful to the Naik sir, Jadhav Desai sir, Varsha Mandirgi madam, and all the staff for this important one day seminar. What is this sustainable development? You have to understand this sustainable development is for you people. This is a path for you how to develop. Greta Thunberg, you must have heard her name. She was a high school student and she asked the Swedish government, what you are doing? The climate temperature is growing, tsunamis are occurring, and earthquakes are occurring, and what you are going to give us? Means what you are going to give this earth to the next generation. And then the thinking process started. What we are going to give you? So this is very important because development means what? Developing infrastructure, roads, dams, all these things are very important, but at what cost? And for that, the whole process of development has been challenged. And just now, Thorat Sahib told you that GDP, just our GDP is going very rapidly. Our country is going to be third economic in the world. These are very good, but at what cost? The question has to be asked. So he says that choice is on you. Choice is on you in the what sense? We are how our day-to-day life, we use our choices. What is that? Means that if you use the lot of resources and exploit the nature, and exploit nature means simple things. For example, you use lot of water. That is exploitation. You should have rainwater harvesting, utilize water minimum. Same thing applies for the vehicles. Now you are saying that in Delhi what is happening? There is a air pollution and schools have to be shut down. Why? Because the traffic and air pollution, and one of them for that is vehicles. So what is way? We should have electrical vehicles. Similarly, whatever we use has to be minimal. We have a lot of opportunities to use so many things, but that has caused a lot of problems, especially mainly for plastic. And they just now, Ajay Sonane said that reviewed four, five principles of that means refuse to the plastic. And I'm very glad that in our college we have put the precedent that we are not going to use plastic. Single use plastic has to be banned, and for that we use stainless steel and water. This all steel that is way we should goods, because plastic is causing lot of environmental damage. It is not degradable and so much problems for next generation also. So our choices should be our should be very careful. Our use should be minimal, and we should use the reusable things. Means rather than plastic, we should use cotton bags and so many other things. In daily life also, we use that. We feel that cycle is not a good, but that is the way our health and environment should be protected. But there is a prestige for that. If somebody comes from cycle, we feel that he is not up to the mark, or he is below dignity, but that is wrong. So we have to change our thinking process. What is good for nature, what is good for all people is very, very important. So now Yashwantrao Thora told that how the world war has made this, and now we are facing again world wars. We are seeing there is a all over world. This is Russia, Ukraine, Iraq, America. So many wars are likely to be happen in the future, and that is going to be very, very wrong for our human process. So sustainable development is very important for next generation, because we are our choices, our day to day life is going to decide this, and this sustainable development affects all walks of life. Means it affects economy, environment, our equality, that is very important, and how our education, health, all these aspects of the life will be taken while considering the development. So sustainable development is very, very important path ahead. And for this workshop, for this seminar, so many participants, more than 75 participants have registered, and they have given papers also. So this is a very good, and this is not only one day workshop, as they say that it is a marathon. We have to continuously work on this. We have to daily how this can be practiced. Means we have to practice how paperless, we should use the minimum paperless, our offices, paperless our all whatever things happening, we should adopt that, so that there will be very less environmental degradation, our nature will be protected, and this is a gift for the next generation. So I am very as such, Vasant Jugle sir, who is an expert on this, is going to address you. So we are very keen to listen to his address also. And once again, I thank Varsha Mandirgi madam, Naik sir, Desai sir for bringing this is a very wonderful seminar, and way ahead we are going to progress on this path. Thank you.
Dr. Sam, thank you so much. You know what we like about you? You always attend the event with full preparation and scholarly written notes. So thank you so much. Your guidance has truly added depth and direction to the seminar. So once again, thank you so much. Now, my dear friends, all the good things come to an end. So does this event. So we are reaching the concluding part of the inaugural ceremony, and that is vote of thanks. So I, Dr. Raj Vijay, take your leave, and I request Vice Principal Captain Dr. R.H. Naik sir to propose the vote of thanks. Vice Principal Captain Dr. R.S. Naik sir.
Good morning to all. Respected President, Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished guest, principals, teachers, dear participant, and my students. It is my great pleasure to propose the vote of thanks for the conclusion of inaugural session of today's one-day national seminar, Sustainable Development in India, Balancing Economy, Society and Environment. The main aims of this seminar is create awareness about environmental sustainability, because due to rapid economic development created various environmental problem the whole world. Here the first of all, I would like to thank our honorable chief guest, Dr. Yashwant Thorat, former President NABARD, for his inspiring keynote address. I also thank our respected guest speaker, Professor Dr. Ajay Sonone, Delhi University, Delhi, for sharing his valuable thoughts. My heartfelt thanks to Honorable Sau Rajnitai Magdum, President, Council of Education, Honorable Dr. V.N. Magdum, Secretary, Council of Education, Dr. Prasad Magdum, Vice President, Council of Education, for their constant support and guidance. I am also thankful to our principal, Professor Dr. Mrs. Varsha Mahindarki, for her leadership and encouragement. I am also thankful to my guide and mentor, Professor Dr. V.B. Zugare sir, Principal Dr. Uttam Patil. I also sincere thank the respected members of the Council of Education, Advocate Amit Badkar, Advocate Vaibhav Pednekar, for their valuable support and guidance. I extend my special thanks to conveners Dr. S. E. Botikar, Dr. S. S. Desai, Sri K. D. Dinde, Sri P. M. Surte, Sri K. G. Joshi, for their dedicated efforts in organizing this seminar successfully. I extend special thanks to all organizing committee members, staff, volunteers, and anchors for making this program successful. Lastly, I sincerely thank all participants, students, or for active participant and valuable contribution. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, my dear friends, without any further delay, we are moving towards the technical session one. So I request everyone, please maintain silence and we want your active participation so that we can gain the maximum from the session one. So in session one, we have a speaker, Honorable Dr. V. Zugre, sir. Uh, we have two more sessions, enriching sessions. So today truly is a grand feast of knowledge, a real Nanachi Mejwani for all of us. So with this, I, Dr. Rajbir, hand over the further proceeding to Dr. Mrs. S. A. Sangrulkar for the conduct of the technical session one. I request everyone please maintain the silence. Very shortly, we are starting the technical session one. Thank you. I request Dr. K.D. Dinde, sir, please introduce the case. Honorable Professor Dr. V. Dubey.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Chairperson, Honorable Saubhagyawati Rajnitai Magdum, President of Council of Education, respected Dr. Vishwanath Magdum sir, Secretary Council of Education, respected Dr. Uttam Patil sir, Principal Knight College of Arts and Commerce, Kolhapur, respected Dr. Varsha Mahindarki ma'am, Principal, respected Dr. R.S. Naik sir, Dr. Desai sir, Dr. Bothikar sir, uh, faculty members, researcher, and dear students. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to introduce our esteemed guest, Dr. V.V. Zugade sir, a distinguished academician and eminent economist. Dr. Zugade sir has had a long and illustrious association with Shivaji University, Kolhapur, where he served as the head of the Department of Economics with impressive academic qualifications, including MA, MPhil, and PhD. He has made significant contributions to the field of economics through teaching, research, and publications. His areas of specialization include agricultural economics, cooperation, and rural development. Over the years, he has developed a deep research expertise in areas such as FDI in agriculture, economic reforms, regional development, agriculture finance, WTO, and economic policies. Dr. Zugade has authored and co-authored numerous research papers and books. Some of his notable publications include Development Dialogues of Growing Economies in 2008, An Agenda of Economic Reforms for the States in India in 2008, Demography, Economic Inequality, Women and Other Essays published in 2008. He has also authored important academic books for MA and BA programs, including Agricultural Development of India and Labor Economics, published by Shivaji University, Kolhapur. In addition to his academic writing, Dr. Zugresar has conducted significant research projects for the government of Maharashtra, particularly on the socio-economic impact of irrigation projects. He has also contributed to environmental impact assessment studies focusing on socio-economic dimensions. As a dedicated teacher, a research guide, and a resource person, he has actively contributed to academic seminars, conferences, and research journals, guiding scholars and enriching the academic community with his vast knowledge and experience. Today, we are truly fortunate to have such a renowned scholar among us. His insights and experience will enlighten and inspire us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I request the resource person to kindly begin the session.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Vishwanath ji, Magdum, Rajnitai Magdum, principal of this college, my student Varsha Mahindargi, principal of Night College, vice principal of this college, Naik sir, faculty members, fellow delegates from various organizations and institutions, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I thank the organizers for selecting a very good topic for discussion, particularly the second word of the sustainable development, that is balancing economy, society, and environment, which is a challenge before the young generation. How to coordinate this triple action for the effective management of the economy and the polity with some ethical code of conducts. Friends, when the serious discussions on conferences goes on, as a student you should have some notebooks, draw some notebooks. You are just listeners. Nobody is having notebooks and something is not been written on the pad. Keep it up, because you should keep the notebook in your pocket. Whatever the important message comes from the audio discussions, that should be properly noted down. Otherwise, you will not be a knowledgeable person in the society. If knowledge is not there in the society, you do not have any value in the society. If you are knowledgeable and that knowledge is applied, you that becomes a wisdom. And when knowledge and wisdom becomes equated, then that becomes a character. Knowledge, wisdom, and character, these are the triple effect of the higher education system in India. As a student, you should keep all these in mind and follow it very seriously. Then only the society and balancing the economy, society, and environment is possible. Friends, you will see since the half of the 20th century, that is 1950s onwards, the development science has grown up. Earlier, in most of the economic models, the word development has not appeared. Only after the World War II, particularly after the establishment of the two giant international organizations, that is World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, there onwards, the society started thinking very seriously. Because in the earlier part, GNP, real national income, real per capita income, these were the indicators of development. Even today, we are mostly confused persons in the world. What do we mean by development? What do we mean by development? Where to go, where it is? What is the ultimate end of the development? Nobody knows. It is a kind of mirage. So whatever you achieve, that becomes development. Whatever the stage the society attains, that becomes development. But what is the end? So this identification of the end stage of the development, it becomes very important to follow the knowledge, wisdom and character triple principle theory in higher education system. There onwards you will see employment, technological advancement, garibi hatao, then remove inequality. So these are the indicators of development during 70s to 90s. In 90s, the development ideology has been changed. In 1972, some 100 thinkers of the world, mostly engineers, lawyers, scientists, and professors, they came together in Rome. And that was known as the Club of Rome. And they have a blueprint and wrote to the United Nations organization, and it was titled as Limits to Growth. Limits to growth. We don't want development further. Stop development. In 1970s, that slogan became a very important outlook, inward looking towards the scientists. Why to stop the development? Why to limit the growth? Because the limits to growth has no ethical part is not included. Environmental part is not included in the development process. When Amartya Sen delivered 8 lectures in Cambridge University, there is a separate book on that, Economics and Ethics. Economics and Ethics. He delivered 8 lectures in Cambridge University, and he said that in the process of the growth, in the process of the development, if the moral values and ethical values are not taken into account, there is a no growth at all, there is a no development at all. Valueless society has nothing, no meaning for the development ideology. Then became in 1990s, environmental aspect was taken into account. Environmental audit became an important tool of auditing the development. What we have achieved at the cost of what we have lost. What we have achieved, what we have lost. If you make an audit of this, then what remains is the development. And if you go through it, you will find that in the green accounting system, what we call it as green economy today, it becomes minus. The growth becomes minus. Why this is so? Because the environmental values are taken into account, ecological audit is being taken into account, and that became an important tool of development. In some of the educational philosophical thinkers, they were saying the self-esteem. Self-esteem. Self-esteem म्हणजे काय? स्वतःला स्वतःबद्दल अभिमान वाटला पाहिजे. स्वाभिमान म्हणतो आपण त्याला. स्वाभिमान म्हणजे घमेंड नव्हे, गर्व नव्हे. गर्व कशाचाही असतो, सौंदर्याचा असतो, बुद्धीचा असतो, संपत्तीचा असतो, चांगल्या घराण्याचा असतो. आई वडील चांगले असतील तर त्याचाही गर्व असतो, तो नव्हे. स्वतःबद्दल, स्वतःच्या कर्तृत्वाबद्दल, स्वतःच्या इमेज बद्दल समाज व्यवस्थेमध्ये स्वतःला ओळखून स्वतःलाच प्रतिष्ठा स्वतः देणे. दॅट इज सेल्फ एस्टीम, which is lacking today. Self-esteem, freedom from servitude, दारिद्र्य, फ्रीडम फ्रॉम सर्व्हिट्यूड, दारिद्र्य, लाचारीपासून दूर. समाज हा जर लाचार असेल तर त्याला कधीही आपण विकास म्हणू शकत नाही. आणि म्हणून अमर्त्य सेन हे खरं म्हणजे फिलॉसॉफीचे विद्यार्थी. सुखमयी चक्रवर्ती हा त्यांचा चांगला मित्र. सुखमयी चक्रवर्तींना अर्थशास्त्र आवडायचं, पण अमर्त्य सेनना फिलॉसॉफी आवडायची. आणि म्हणून त्यांच्या सगळ्या सिद्धांतामध्ये तुम्ही पाहाल तर फिलॉसॉफिकल आस्पेक्ट हा असतो. त्यांनी ही रोट वन व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट बुक, फ्रीडम ॲज डेव्हलपमेंट. फ्रीडम ॲज डेव्हलपमेंट खरंच वाचा. प्रोफेसरनी तर ते वाचलंच पाहिजे, अर्थशास्त्राच्या माणसांनी तर वाचलंच पाहिजे. फ्रीडम ॲज डेव्हलपमेंट. कशाला डेव्हलपमेंट कशाला म्हणायचं? फ्रीडम, नॉट फ्रीडम बाय पॉलिटिकल मिनिंग. फ्रीडम इन द सेन्स इंटरनल फ्रीडम. Internal freedom. He discussed 6 types of freedoms. He discussed 6 types of freedoms. आणि हे जर स्वातंत्र्य तुम्हाला स्वतःला जर उपलब्ध होत नसेल, नो ग्रोथ, नो डेव्हलपमेंट. समाज हा कितीही विकसित झाला तर तो अधोगतीला जातो, कारण अधोगती फार शार्प असतं. आमच्या डेव्हलपमेंट सायन्स मध्ये आम्ही नेहमी सांगत असतो, स्केर्सिटी जी असते ना ती विकासाला प्राधान्य देत असतं. स्केर्सिटी, दुर्मिळता. आणि ही दुर्मिळतेतून आपण विपुलतेकडे जात असतो. तो मार्ग कसा असतो? स्लांटिंग असा असतो. आणि अधोगती काय असते? शार्प डाऊनफॉल असते. शार्प डाऊनफॉल म्हणजे एकदम झिरोलाच येतो बा माणूस. म्हणून बऱ्याच वेळेला आम्ही सांगतो, आई वडिलांची अपेक्षा असते, मुलीला मुलगा बघायचा, कसं पाहिजे? घर पाहिजे, दार पाहिजे, बंगला पाहिजे, शेती पाहिजे, चांगली नोकरी पाहिजे, गाडी पाहिजे, सगळं काही पाहिजे, मग मुलगी द्यायला हरकत नाही. माझा प्रश्न असा आहे, हे सगळं असल्यावर तुम्ही त्या घरामध्ये मुलगी दिल्यानंतर त्या दोघांनी पुढे काय करायचं? व्हॉट इज द नेक्स्ट ग्रोथ? व्हॉट इज द नेक्स्ट डेव्हलपमेंट? कारण स्केर्सिटी असेल तरच डेव्हलपमेंट प्रोसेस पुढे जाते. अभाव असेल तरच डेव्हलपमेंट प्रोसेस पुढे जाते. विपुलतेतून विपुलतेकडे हा खडतर मार्ग असतो, तो डायजेस्ट होत नाही. विकास पचवायला पचनक्रिया फार चांगली असावी लागते, नाहीतर विनाशकाल विपरीत बुद्धीच असते ती. डेव्हलपमेंट इज नॉट डायजेस्टेबल. सो इन दिस पर्स्पेक्टिव्ह the world thinking of about what is ethical, moral values, self-esteem, freedom, या सगळ्यांचा विचार सुरू झाला. आणि मग त्याला आपण ग्रोथ म्हटलं पाहिजे. याच्यानंतर विचार सुरू झाला सस्टेनेबिलिटीचा, शाश्वत विकास. 1985-86 मध्ये इंडियन जर्नल ऑफ पॉलिटिकल ऍडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने सेपरेट इश्यू has been released by the IIPA, Indian Institute of Public Administration, and it was totally devoted to sustainability aspect. lot of criticisms have been leveled against the founder of sustainability. And some economists have categorized sustainability as SD1, SD2, SD3. SD1. Thank you, sir. SD1. What is SD1? Sustainable development. पण हे मागं पडलं आता. आता काय महत्वाचं आहे? SD2. What is SD2? Development as sustainable. सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट हा इनिशियल स्टेजचा. दुसऱ्या टप्प्यातला काय? डेव्हलपमेंट ॲज सस्टेनेबल. पुन्हा पुन्हा म्हणा आणि पुन्हा पुन्हा विचार करा. सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट, डेव्हलपमेंट ॲज सस्टेनेबल. आणि आता मी तिचा विचार करतोय की सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट 3, त्याला मी SD3 म्हणतो, आणि ती आहे डेव्हलपमेंट ॲज सर्वायवल. डेव्हलपमेंट ॲज सर्वायवल. या पृथ्वी तलावरचा प्रत्येक जिवंत जीवसृष्टी ही एका विशिष्ट प्रकाराने इंटरलिंक्ड आहे. माणूस हा थोडासा जास्त डोकं लढवणारा आहे, डोक्याचा वापर जास्त तो करतो, म्हणून या विश्वावर तो अधिकार गाजतो. पण एक काळ असा येईल, माणसानंतरचा कुठला तरी दुसरा एक प्राणी येईल, तो या विश्वावर अधिकृतपणे राज्य करायला लागेल. माणसानं बुद्धीचा वापर जर थांबवला तर हा विनाशकाली विपरीत बुद्धी या टप्प्यामध्ये तो येत जातो. ज्यावेळी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजन्सी आली, त्यावेळी मी पहिलाच प्रश्न हा विचारला होता की हे भूत आहे आणि हे संपूर्ण मानव जातीला खाऊन टाकणार हे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजन्सी. मनात हे कल्पवृक्षासारखं आहे हो. मनात जे येतं ते सगळं पूर्ण होतं, आणि म्हणून दमलेला एक माणूस कल्पवृक्षाच्या छायाखाली आला, त्याला अरे वा बरं वाटतं, बरं वाटलं. गार पाणी पाहिजे, पाणी मिळालं. सात्विक भोजन पाहिजे, भोजन मिळालं. आता काय झोपायची व्यवस्था झाली. झोपल्या झोपल्या झाडाकडे बघून म्हणाला, अरे मी माझ्या मनात जे येतं ते सगळं हे झाड पुरवतं. भूतभीत आहे का इथं? भूत अवतरलं. बापरे, आता खाऊन टाकतं. खाऊन टाकलं. उत्पत्ती स्थिती आणि लय. उत्पत्ती स्थिती आणि लय हे जगाचं हे चक्र आहे. माणूस जन्माला येणार, तो मरणारच आहे. पण तो जोपर्यंत त्याच्या गरजा भागलेल्या नसतात, तोपर्यंत त्याला विकासामध्ये रस असतो, त्याला विकास दिसतो. म्हणजे दमलेला आहे, पाणी पाहिजे झालं, जेवण पाहिजे झालं, झोपायची व्यवस्था पाहिजे, कम्फर्ट सगळे मिळाले, त्याच्यानंतर विकृती येत असते. म्हणून माझ्यासारखा अर्थशास्त्रज्ञ सांगेल, विकासाला फार मोठी डायजेस्टिव्ह कॅपॅसिटी तुम्हाला निर्माण करावी लागेल, तर विकास साध्य करा. नसेल तर नो ग्रोथ. आम्हाला विकास नको, आम्हाला ग्रोथ नको. लिमिट्स टू ग्रोथ. त्याच्यानंतर काय झालं पा, अलीकडे तरी आम्ही आता विचार करायला लागलोय. हॅपीनेस इंडेक्स. भूतान हे जगातलं एकमेव देश आहे जिथं हॅपीनेस इंडेक्स मोजला जातो. हॅपीनेस इंडेक्स म्हणजे काय? माणूस म्हणून या संपूर्ण सृष्टीतला एक घटक म्हणून, या समाज व्यवस्थेचा एक घटक म्हणून मी किती सुखी आहे, मी किती सुखी आहे, कोणत्या अर्थाने मी सुखी आहे, आणि तो अर्थ काय आहे? उत्पन्न आहे, रोजगार आहे, चांगली नोकरी आहे, प्रतिष्ठा आहे. म्हणजे हॅपीनेस इंडेक्स मोजण्याची प्रक्रिया सुरू झाली. सॅटिस्फॅक्शन इंडेक्स मोजण्याची तयारी सुरू झाली. आणि या प्रोसेसमध्ये जगानं असं ठरवलं, हॅपी प्लॅनेट इंडेक्स मोजायचं. हॅपी प्लॅनेट इंडेक्स. जगात कोण सुखी आहे? आणि मग जो जर सुखी नसेल तर मग त्याला विकास म्हणण्यात काय अर्थ आहे? त्याला विकास म्हणताच येणार नाही. आणि म्हणून अलीकडे आम्ही आता म्हणायला लागलो, ग्रीन अकाउंटिंग, सर्क्युलर इकॉनॉमी हे एक आता फार मोठं तुमच्या पुढे चॅलेंज आहे. जे युवा पिढी आहे, सर्क्युलर इकॉनॉमी म्हणजे काय? जे वेस्ट आहे, जे टाकाऊ आहे, त्याचा बायोलॉजिकल आणि टेक्नॉलॉजिकल यूज कशा पद्धतीने करायचं? जगापुढे एक रेव्होल्यूशन, आता इंडस्ट्री कुठल्या गटामध्ये आपण आहोत? इंडस्ट्रीचं रेव्होल्यूशन कितव्या जनरेशन मधलं आहे? इंडस्ट्री 4.0 मध्ये आपण आहोत. इंडस्ट्री 4.0 4थ्या जनरेशन मधलं इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ आहे, ज्याच्यामध्ये तुमचं IoT येतं, म्हणजे बिग डाटा अनालिसिस येतं, तुमचे AI येतं, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजन्स येतं. हे कशात येतं? इंडस्ट्री 4.0 मध्ये येतं. आता इंडस्ट्री 5.0 येणार आहे, हे सगळं सर्क्युलर इकॉनॉमीचं असणार आहे. जे वेस्ट आहे त्याच्यावर काय करायचं? शोधा. म्हणजे तुमचं जे नॉलेज सिस्टम जे आहे, ती नॉलेज सिस्टम अप्लाय करा. त्याला आम्ही विस्डम म्हणतो, शहाणपणा म्हणतो. नॉलेज म्हणजे ज्ञान ज्यावेळी येतं, ते ज्यावेळी आम्ही नुसता वापरायला लागतो, त्यावेळी शहाणपणा म्हणतात त्याला. कारण ते वापरल्याशिवाय पर्याय नाही आता. कसं वेस्ट रिसायकल करायचं? कारण मी एक 5 इंडस्ट्रीला कन्सल्टन्सी करतोय. परवा एक अशा पद्धतीची इंडस्ट्री माझ्याकडे आली की ती इंडस्ट्री ऍग्रिकल्चरल वेस्टच्या रिसायकलच्या प्रोसेसमधून इथेनॉल 2 नावाची पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट तयार करता येतं. शुगर इंडस्ट्रीमधून CNG तयार करता येतं. शुगर इंडस्ट्रीमधून पॉलिलॅक्टिक ऍसिड तयार करता येतं. पॉलिलॅक्टिक ऍसिड शुगर इंडस्ट्रीतनं. आणि पॉलिलॅक्टिक ऍसिड हे प्लॅस्टिक तयार करतं, जे प्लॅस्टिक कंपोस्टिंग कॅपॅसिटीचं आहे, डिकंपोस्टिंग आहे. म्हणजे आज जे प्लास्टिक आहे ते फार मोठं डिस्टर्बन्सेस देतं. पण हे प्लास्टिक खत म्हणून लगेच रूपांतर होऊ शकतं, अशा पद्धतीचं हे पॉलिलॅक्टिक ऍसिड आहे. महाराष्ट्रामध्ये प्रास कंपनीनं पुण्याजवळ सुरू केलं. कर्नाटकामध्ये चडचणमध्ये नुरानी ग्रुपनी सुरू केलं. आणि मीरतमध्ये बजाजनी आहे, त्यांनी पॉलिलॅक्टिक ऍसिड निर्मिती सुरू केली. आता सगळे साखर कारखाने पॉलिलॅक्टिक ऍसिडच्या प्रोसेसमध्ये आता जाण्याची शक्यता आहे. अजून त्यांना माहित नाही आहे. म्हणजे शुगर ज्यूस पासून आपण हे पॉलिलॅक्टिक ऍसिड बनवू शकतो, CNG बनवू शकतो. म्हणजे हे रिसायकलिंग प्रोसेस आहे, हे इनोव्हेशन आहे. हे इनोव्हेशन तुम्हाला शोधायचं आहे. आणि त्याच्यासाठी फार मोठं कॉम्पिटिशन मला वाटतं महाविद्यालयाने ऑर्गनाईज करावं. इनोव्हेशन कॉम्पिटिशन अनेक ठिकाणी हे पाहिलं जात आहे. हे इनोव्हेशन करा, शोधा. आणि हे यंग जनरेशन पुढे फार मोठं चॅलेंज आहे. म्हणजे रिसायकल इकॉनॉमी कशा पद्धतीनं विकसित करायची. आणि म्हणून 1950 नंतर जगाच्या एकूण परिस्थितीमध्ये तुम्हाला असं लक्षात येईल की फायनान्स वॉज द कॅपिटल. बिकॉज रिकन्स्ट्रक्शन अँड डेव्हलपमेंट, इंटरनॅशनल बँक फॉर रिकन्स्ट्रक्शन अँड डेव्हलपमेंट, IBRD, because it was the thrust of that particular situation. Post-war reconstruction was essential. So the development process and the reconstruction process started in 1950s. So in that process, finance became the capital. Later on, natural capital हे फार वेगळी संकल्पना आहे ती नॅचरल कॅपिटल. कोल्हापूर जिल्ह्याला GI कशामध्ये मिळालेला आहे? कोल्हापुरी चप्पल आणि कोल्हापुरी गोळ. सांगलीला टर्मरिक आणि बेदाणे हे नॅचरल कॅपिटल आहे. शाहू महाराजांनी करवीर तालुक्यातली 6 गावं आयडेंटिफाय केली आणि तिथं गुळाचा घोराळा सुरू केला. माती, हवामान, पाणी, एक वेगळ्या पद्धतीचं तिथं एक भांडवल आहे, नैसर्गिक भांडवल आहे. आणि ह्या नैसर्गिक भांडवलाचा उपयोग करून आपण विकासाच्या प्रक्रियेकडे जाऊ शकतो. हा नॅचरल कॅपिटलची कन्सेप्ट जी आहे ती फार महत्वाची आहे. जखम झाले की बरं कोण करतं? 50% डॉक्टर दुरुस्त करतात, 50% आपोआपच ते दुरुस्त होत असतं. हे निसर्गामध्ये काय क्षमता आहे? जयसिंगपूरला क्षयरोगाचं हॉस्पिटल निघालं. का निघालं? फार मोठं संशोधन आहे. त्याच्या पाठीमागे इतिहास शोधून काढा. मिरजेला मिशन हॉस्पिटलच्या पाठीमागे काय इतिहास आहे? कारण ज्या तज्ञांनी 2 जागा आयडेंटिफाय केल्या होत्या, एक जयसिंगपूर आणि मिरज, त्याच्यामध्ये मिरज हे सिलेक्ट झालं कारण तिथलं एन्व्हायरमेंट, दॅट इज द नॅचरल कॅपिटल. हा नैसर्गिक भांडवल जे आहे त्याची जोपासना या सस्टेनेबिलिटीच्या प्रक्रियेमध्ये झाली पाहिजे. दॅट इज द नॅचरल कॅपिटल. ते प्रोटेक्ट करणं म्हणजे सस्टेनेबिलिटी. पुढं काय झालं? नॉलेज कॅपिटल. ज्ञान हेच भांडवल आहे. ज्ञान हेच भांडवल आहे. ज्ञान आणि ते अप्लाय करणं त्याला आम्ही विस्डम म्हणतो. युबर टॅक्सीची गोष्ट तुम्हाला माहिती आहे? युबर टॅक्सी काय आहे सांगा बघू. कुठल्याही शहरात गेला, युबर ॲप जर तुमच्या मोबाईलमध्ये असेल आणि ते जर ओपन केला तर टॅक्सी 1-2 मिनिटांमध्येच तुमच्या पुढे येते. जगभर ओला, उबर, टॅक्सी जगभर टॅक्सी पुरवतात. पण या उबर मालकाकडे एकही टॅक्सी नाही. हे ॲग्रीगेटर कंपन्या जे तुमचं डॉमिनो किंवा इतर कुठले आहेत ना, सिग्बी, झोमॅटो, हे ॲग्रीगेटर कंपन्या आहेत. त्यांचं डोकं काय आहे? कोट्यावधी रुपयाचं भांडवल आहे त्यांच्याकडे आज. झोमॅटोचं पहा, झोमॅटो 10 वर्षापूर्वी कुठंच नव्हतं. आज लाखो कोटी डॉलरमध्ये त्यांचं इन्कम आहे. काय आहे त्यांचं? झोमॅटोचं ॲग्रीगेटर आहेत. हे नॉलेज कॅपिटल आहे. तुम्ही पिझ्झाला ऑर्डर देताय, ते स्वतः काय पिझ्झा तयार करतात? नाही, त्यांचे काही आयडेंटिफाईड हॉटेल्स आहेत. तिथनं फक्त ऑर्डर देतात, सप्लाय करणारा माणूस नेमला जातो आणि तो तुमच्यापर्यंत सप्लाय होतं. हे नॉलेज आहे, ऍप्लिकेशन. जे नॉलेज अप्लाय होतं त्याला आम्ही विस्डम म्हणतो, शहाणपणा म्हणतो. हे यंग जनरेशननी लक्षात घ्यावं. म्हणून ज्ञान महत्वाचं आहे. म्हणून टिप्पण्या महत्वाच्या आहेत. कुठेही गेला तरी खिशात नोटबुक असलं पाहिजे, पेन असलंच पाहिजे. तो विद्यार्थ्याचं लक्ष नाही ते. नुसतं कीर्तन ऐकल्यासारखं ऐकायचं आणि घरी जाऊन बसायचं असलं नाही नसतंय. ज्ञान मिळवायचं असेल तर ज्ञानाची आराधना करावी लागते. ज्ञान एवढं सोपं नाहीये. नॉन नॉलेजेबिलिटी, नो व्हॅल्यू इन द वर्ल्ड. म्हणून मी नेहमी उंदराची 2 गोष्ट असतात. एक नॉलेजेबल उंदीर असतं आणि दुसरं नॉन नॉलेजेबल उंदीर असतं. जे नॉलेजेबल असतं ते दररोज येणार नॉलेज अक्वायर करत राहतं. आणि ते सगळं त्या नॉलेजशी सुसंगत अशा पद्धतीने पुढचं मार्गक्रमण करतं. जे नॉन नॉलेजेबल आहे, बघू 8 दिवसानं काय होतंय ते, अजून 1 महिन्यानं बघू. नॉलेज काय आपल्याला ते कुठं जातंय असतंय, आपण 8 दिवसांनी बघू म्हणत तो लेझी. आणि मग एक दिवस तो लेझी उंदीर जागा होतो आणि म्हणतो नॉलेजेबल उंदीर कुठे गेलं? फारच पुढे गेलेलं आहे. आणि मग त्याला शक्यच नाही. म्हणजे त्याच्याबरोबर जाणं शक्यच नाही. म्हणून तो आहे तिथंच राहण्या पसंत करतो. 20 वर्षापूर्वी मनमोहन सिंग यांनी आमच्या एका कॉन्फरन्समध्ये हे बोलले होते, की एक पिढी अशी जन्माला येईल भारतामध्ये की ज्याला नोकऱ्या आहेत पण नोकरी करण्याची इच्छा नाही, कारण त्या नोकऱ्याला त्यांच्याकडे क्षमता नाही, ॲबिलिटी नाही, ज्ञान नाही, शहाणपणा नाही, त्यामुळे बेकार राहणेच पसंत करतील. आणि ती पिढी आता सुरू झालेली आहे, बेकार राहणंच पसंत करणारी पिढी. कारण नॉलेजिबिलिटी ही फार पुढे गेलेली आहे, आणि ती नॉलेजिबिलिटी जर आपण अक्वायर केली नाही तर आपण नॉन नॉलेजेबल राहतो. आणि नॉन नॉलेजेबल म्हणजे जनावरापेक्षाही कमी किंमत. लक्षात घ्या, जनावराला एखाद्या वेळी महत्व असेल, पण माणसाला जर तो नॉन नॉलेजेबल असेल तर त्याची व्हॅल्यू या समाज व्यवस्थेमध्ये, अर्थव्यवस्थेमध्ये शून्य आहे. कारण हे जग सगळं आहे नॉलेज सोसायटी आणि नॉलेज इकॉनॉमी. टू सोसायटी टू इकॉनॉमी मॉडेल, टू सोसायटी टू इकॉनॉमी मॉडेलचा आपण विचार करतोय. आणि इफ दिस इज नॉट बीन डन, देन व्हॉट इज द यूज ऑफ दिस? आता एक साधं उदाहरण तुम्हाला सांगतो. सस्टेनेबिलिटी म्हणजे काय? डॉक्टरनी उल्लेख केला की ईव्ही, इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हेकल, हे इकॉनॉमिक थिंकिंग कुठल्या पातळीवर जाते हे लक्षात घेतो. पहिल्यांदा ईव्ही काय आहे सांगतो तुम्हाला. इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हेकलची किंमत 85% बॅटरीची किंमत असते, आणि साधारणतः 35% जी काही असते ती कारची किंमत असते. बॅटरी कधीतरी ती डाऊन होते, म्हणजे रिप्लेसमेंट केल्याशिवाय त्या कारला चालना मिळू शकत नाही. तशीच परिस्थिती टू व्हीलरची, हाय स्पीड, मीडियम स्पीड, लो स्पीड टू व्हीलर्स, त्याला मी E2W म्हणतो. ई टू व्हीलर्स किंवा E4 व्हीलर्स. ह्याचं काय आहे बघा, साधं गणित आहे. साधं आपण म्हणतो बाबा इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हेकल वापरा म्हणजे सस्टेनेबिलिटी साध्य होते, पण माझं थोडस इकॉनॉमिक इमॅजिनेशन काय आहे तुमच्या पुढे मांडतो. काय योग्य आहे ते पहा. याला होम चार्जिंग जर केलं तर 6 ते 10 किलो वॅटचं जर चार्जिंग करायचं असेल, फुल चार्ज व्हायचं असेल, तर 180 ते 500 रुपये खर्च होतो. पब्लिक एसी चार्जिंग स्टेशनला जर त्यांनी चार्जिंग केलं तर साधारणतः 11 ते 16 किलो वॅट एनर्जी लागते फुल चार्जिंग व्हायला. डीसी फास्ट चार्जिंग म्हणजे सोलारवर जर डीसी बसवली असेल आणि फास्ट चार्जिंग म्हणजे जवळजवळ 80% चार्जिंग 30% टायमामध्येच होतं, तर त्याला 18 ते 24 किलो वॅट लागतं. आणि हे सगळं किलो वॅट जे आहेत, साधारणतः एक साधं गणित आहे, 15 किलो वॅटला 100 किलोमीटर रनिंग होतं, आणि कॉस्ट किती आहे? 300 रुपये आहे. म्हणजे 15 किलो वॅटला साधारणतः 300 रुपये खर्च येतो आणि 100 किलोमीटर जातं. म्हणजे सोपं आहे, 3 रुपयाला 1 किलोमीटर पडतं. म्हणजे आज व्हेकल जे आहे, फ्युअल, डिझेल, पेट्रोल, हे नॉन रिन्युएबल आहे. हे रिन्युएबल नाहीये. एकदा कधीतरी संपणार आहेत, संपल्यानंतर पुन्हा ते मिळणार नाहीये. पण एक गोष्ट चांगली आहे, शेती व्यवस्थेमध्ये आज आम्ही ज्या पद्धतीनं रिपोर्टिंग करतोय गव्हर्नमेंटला, की ऍग्रिकल्चरल वेस्ट मधून आपण इथेनॉल तयार करू शकतो, किंवा डॅमेज्ड ग्रेन पासून आम्ही इथेनॉल तयार करू शकतो. शुगर केन ज्यूस पासून आम्ही पॉलिलॅक्टिक ऍसिड तयार करू शकतो, इथेनॉल तयार करू शकतो, रेक्टिफाईड स्पिरिट तयार करू शकतो, ENA तयार करू शकतो. साखर कारखान्यातला जो पेंट वॉश एका टँक मध्ये जो भरवला जातो, बघितला असाल तुम्ही, म्हणजे जे काय इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट असतं ते एका टँक मध्ये भरवलं जातं, आणि त्याच्यावरचा जो तवंग असतो, त्या तवंगवर प्रक्रिया केली तर साधारणतः 10,000 क्रशिंग कॅपॅसिटी असलेल्या साखर कारखान्याला 30,000 क्युबिक मीटर गॅस तयार करता येतं. वा, त्या पेंट वॉश पासून आपण 30,000 किलो वॅट आपण मिथेन तयार करू शकतो. मिथेन गॅस हे सर्वात जास्त डेंजरस गॅस आहे. जे इतर काही विषारी गॅस आहे त्यातलं मिथेन एक नंबरला आहे. आणि हे मिथेन गॅस कुठं कुठं तयार होतं? भात शेतीमध्ये तयार होतं. बऱ्याच ठिकाणी शेतीच्या व्यवस्थेमध्ये सुद्धा मिथेन गॅस तयार होतं. आणि म्हणून हे मिथेन गॅस कमी करणं आणि सस्टेनेबल ऍग्रिकल्चरल निर्माण करणं, याच्यासाठी आम्ही आता आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजन्सीचा वापर तिथं करायला. रोबोकडून हे आम्ही सगळं करून घेतोय. म्हणजे तुम्ही जर समजा रोबो इतकं ज्ञानी नसाल, तर तुमच्याऐवजी आम्हाला रोबो वापरणं सोपं आहे ना. तो अत्यंत टेक्निकली सगळं काम करतो. अत्यंत घाणेरडं काम सुद्धा तो करू शकतो. आणि ही परिस्थिती आज टेक्नॉलॉजिकल रेव्होल्यूशन 2030 नंतर शेती क्षेत्रामध्ये असं काही तंत्रज्ञान येणार आहे. हे तंत्रज्ञान बियॉन्ड इमॅजिनेशन असणार आहे. बियॉन्ड इमॅजिनेशन. आणि म्हणून इंजिनियर विद्यार्थी असतील, कोण कॉमर्सचे असतील, कोण आर्ट्सचे असतील, त्यांच्या पुढे एक फार मोठं चॅलेंज आहे. काय करता येईल आपल्याला? कोणतं इनोव्हेशन करता येईल आपल्याला? आणि म्हणून रिसायकल इकॉनॉमीकडे आपण जाणं जास्त गरजेचं आहे. म्हणजे आता मी तुम्हाला जे ईव्हीचं गणित सांगितलं, ते आता इन्स्टॉलेशन चार्जेस सांगतो. इन्स्टॉलेशन चार्जेस काय? 10,000 ते 50,000. घरी जर स्थापन करायचं असेल तर 10,000 ते 50,000 खर्च येतो. वायरिंग सेटअपला 3,000 ते 30,000 ते 2.5 लाख. जर कमर्शियल स्टेशन तयार करायचं असेल तर साधारणतः 2.5 लाख रुपये खर्च येतो. ट्रान्सफॉर्मर सपोर्ट, त्याला जो टीसी वगैरे लागतो, त्याच्यासाठी साधारणतः 4.12 लाख इतका खर्च येतो. इतर सेफ्टी कंप्लायन्सेस जे आहेत ते वेगळे. इतर काही सेफ्टी आहेच ते वेगळे असतात. साधारणतः तुम्हाला असं लक्षात येईल की हे सगळं इन्स्टॉलेशन चार्जेस आणि प्रत्येक किलोवॅटला येणारा खर्च, हे जरी आज कंपॅरेटिव्हली सुटेबल असलं तरी वीज
Our
कुठं
resource
तयार होतं?
person.
वीज कुठं तयार होतं? वीज हे थर्मल, म्हणजे आज तुम्हाला लक्षात येईल की 50% ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट्स आर थर्मल प्रोजेक्ट्स. थर्मल म्हणजे काय? कोळशावर वीज निर्मिती होते. कोळशावर जर वीज निर्मिती होत असेल तर त्याचे धोके काय आहेत? त्याचे धोके असे आहेत, विषारी हवा निर्माण होते, धूर निर्माण होतं, धूळ निर्माण होतं, नायट्रॉक्साईड तयार होतं, सल्फर ऑक्साईड तयार होतं, हवेमध्ये फाईन पार्टिकल्स बारीक बारीक तयार होतात, रेस्पिरेटरी इलनेस त्यातून तयार होतं. कारण मी एका स्टेट गव्हर्नमेंटच्या थर्मल प्रोजेक्ट छत्तीसगडमध्ये स्थापन करायचं होतं, त्याचा इकॉनॉमिक स्टडी करण्यासाठी माझी नेमणूक केली होती आणि मी तिथं गेलो होतो. थर्मल प्रोजेक्ट, विशेषतः कोळशावर चालणारी जी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आहे, आणि हे प्रोजेक्ट्स कुठे आहेत? 40% थर्मल प्रोजेक्ट्स हे दुष्काळी भागात आहेत. म्हणजे पहा, जिथं पाणी नाही तिथं जास्त पाण्याचे थर्मल प्रोजेक्टला पाणी जास्त लागतं. आणि हे थर्मल प्रोजेक्टचा जो इम्पॅक्ट आहे, म्हणजे आज जी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आम्ही वापरतो, ही जर थर्मल इलेक्ट्रिसिटीची असेल तर त्याचे इम्पॅक्ट काय आहेत? म्हणजे त्याच्या जवळजवळ 25 किलोमीटरच्या परिघामध्ये जर गहू पेरलेला असेल, 10% यील्ड कमी होतं. कोळशाचे जे कण असतात ते पिकावर पडतात. रेस्पिरेटरी ऑर्गन सगळे डिस्टर्ब होतात. त्याच्यामधून अनेक प्रकारचे रोग उद्भवतात. हा इम्पॅक्ट कुठं आहे? हा इम्पॅक्ट कुठं मोजतो आपण? तुम्हाला नुसतं इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हेइकलचं वाटतं की बाबा 1 किलोमीटरला फक्त 3 रुपये खर्च. पण त्याच्या पाठीमागं 3,000 रुपये जरी दिले तरी सुद्धा रोग बरा होणार नाही. अशा प्रकारची परिस्थिती या थर्मल प्रोजेक्टमध्ये आहे. मग विकास कशाला म्हणायचं? विकास कशाला म्हणायचं? आणि म्हणून जे सरांनी सांगितलं, सोनवणे सरांनी, रेड्यूस, रियूज, रिसायकल, हेच महत्वाचं आहे. रेड्यूस, त्याचा उपभोग कमी करा किंवा थांबवा, ते सगळं बंद करा ते. सो दॅट इज द पॉइंट ऑफ सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट. म्हणून सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंटची ही आयडिया आता खूप मागे पडली. आणि याच्यानंतरची पुढची टप्प्याची जी भूमिका जी आहे ती म्हणजे नॉलेज कॅपिटल नंतर आता आलेली जी प्लॅटफॉर्म कॅपिटल, प्लॅटफॉर्म इकॉनॉमी. काय आहे प्लॅटफॉर्म इकॉनॉमी? त्याला मी प्लॅटफॉर्म कॅपिटलिझम म्हणतो. जसं नॉलेज कॅपिटलिझम आहे तसं आपलं प्लॅटफॉर्म कॅपिटलिझम सध्या तयार झालेलं आहे. आज सगळ्यात जास्त भांडवल कुणाकडे आहे? सगळ्यात जास्त श्रीमंत कोण आहे जगात? हे सगळे गुगलवाले आहेत. हे गुगल काय आहे? हे प्लॅटफॉर्म कॅपिटल आहे. प्लॅटफॉर्म कॅपिटलिझम म्हणतो आम्ही. म्हणजे हे कॅपिटल आज तुम्हाला संपूर्ण जग, हे ज्या कंपन्या आहेत, 7-8 कंपन्या आहेत, या कंपन्या त्यांनी आता ताब्यात घेतलेल्या आहेत. कारण मी डाटा सेंटरला कन्सल्टंट आहे. डाटा सेंटर जिथं बिग डाटा अनालिसिस होतो, डाटा अनालिटिक्स, माणसं मिळत नाहीये डाटा अनालिटिक्स मध्ये. हडूप सिस्टमनी डेव्हलप होणारी कॉम्प्युटर सिस्टम हे अत्यंत हे हे भूत आहे. आणि हे प्लॅटफॉर्म कॅपिटलिझम मोठ्या प्रमाणात विस्तारत चाललेलं आहे. मग याला तुम्ही सस्टेनेबल कसं म्हणणार? म्हणजे जगातली सगळी संपत्ती एकवटलेली आहे आता 7-8 कंपन्यामध्ये. अग्रिगेटर कंपन्या असतील किंवा या ऍप कंपन्या असतील, यांच्याकडे जे आहे सस्टेनेबिलिटी कुठे साध्य करणार तुम्ही? आणि म्हणून शेवटी मी तुम्हाला एवढंच सांगेन, सोशल कॅपिटल इज द बेस्ट कॅपिटल. सोशल कॅपिटल, जेंडर कॅपिटल, याचा कधी विचार केलोय आपण? आपले राज्यकर्ते तर कधीच विचार करू शकत नाहीत या गोष्टीचा. सोशल कॅपिटल, सोशल कॅपिटल म्हणजे काय हो? पंचगंगेला महापूर आला, पोहता येत नाही म्हणून बुडून मेला. पोहता येत नाही म्हणून बुडून मेला. पोहता येणं आणि इतरांना 10-12 लोकांना पोहून वाचवणं, हे सोशल कॅपिटल आहे. हे सोशल कॅपिटल आहे. कारण आपल्याकडं अशा प्रकारचं काहीतरी आर्ट, कला, ज्ञान असल्याशिवाय ते समाजोपयोगी होऊ शकत नाही. आणि ती समाजोपयोगी ज्यावेळी होईल त्यावेळी ते सोशल कॅपिटल होतं. तसंच आपल्या देशामध्ये जेंडर कॅपिटलचा आम्ही कधीच विचार केला नाही. जेंडर कॅपिटल एक फार मोठं सुप्त अशा प्रकारची शक्ती आहे. त्या शक्तीचा कधीच आम्ही विचार केला नाही. प्लॅनिंग मध्ये सुद्धा कुठंच याचा विचार केला जात नाही. आणि म्हणून सस्टेनेबिलिटीचा विचार करताना वी शुड बी व्हेरी केअरफुल in developing the social capital, gender capital, and that should be replicated in the policy initiatives. Policy initiatives. So what is wrong? What is sustainable? How it can be attained? What are the techniques we require? What technology is required? That should be properly identified. And this is the challenge before you. You as a young people. You as a young people, this is your responsibility. पण दुर्दैव असं, ज्यावेळी दिवसा आपण सगळा अभ्यास करायचा असतो, त्याचे नोट्स काढायचे असतात, थिंकिंग करायचं असतं, त्यावेळी तो झोपलेला असतो. आणि ज्यावेळी झोपायचं असतं त्यावेळी तो जागरण करत असतो. अशा युवा पिढीकडून काय अपेक्षा करणार? त्यामुळे जग हे फार विचित्र अशा अवस्थेला आलेलं आहे. आणि ही विचित्र अवस्था दूर केल्याशिवाय पर्याय नाही. कारण विनाशकाल हा अगदी जवळ आलेला आहे. तुमचा तेवढाच विनाश नाही तर संपूर्ण पृथ्वीचा विनाश हा अटळ होतोय की काय, अशा प्रकारची स्थिती निर्माण झालेली आहे. धन्यवाद.
Very much sharing such informative and useful knowledge with us. We truly appreciate your guidance. Now I request Dr. Botikar sir to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. On the behalf of the organizing committee, I, Dr. Shivaji Bothikar, sincerely thank you, well-known resource person, Dr. V.B. Jugule sir, for his valuable presence and insightful guidance during this first technical session. His expert knowledge and practical approach made the session highly informative and inspiring for all participants. We are truly grateful to him for giving his valuable time and sharing his rich experience with us. Once again, we extend our deep thanks and best wishes to Dr. V.B. Jugle sir for his future life. We deeply thank our Honorable President of Council of Education, Saurajnitai Magdum, and Secretary Dr. Vishwanath Magdum for gracing the session with their support and guidance. We are thankful to Principal Dr. Varsha Mahindarki Madam for kindly accepting the role of chairperson for his technical session. We also thankful to Principal Uttam Patil sir, Knight College of Commerce. Thank you very much.
Very much, sir. Dear students, technical session 2 commence in a few minutes. We kindly request you to maintain silence and extend cooperation. For technical session 2, we have with us resource. Take your seats and maintain silence.
सर्व विद्यार्थ्यांना एक सूचना आहे की टेक्निकल सेशन 1 हा संपलेला आहे आणि टेक्निकल सेशन 2 डॉक्टर एम एस देशमुख सर रिसोर्स पर्सन फॉर दॅट हे या ठिकाणी आलेले आहेत. आम्हाला कल्पना आहे की काही विद्यार्थ्यांनी रजिस्ट्रेशन केलेलं नाहीये, तरी सुद्धा हा सेशन संपल्यानंतर मान्यवर या सभागृहातून बाहेर जातील. जे जाणारे आहेत म्हणजे ते मान्यवर जातील आणि त्याच्यानंतर पुढचा टेक्निकल सेशन सुरू होईल. तोपर्यंत उभारलेल्या विद्यार्थ्यांनी आधी चेअरवर बसून घ्यायचंय आणि मग त्यांना बाहेर पाठवण्यात येईल. या सेशनसाठी उपस्थित मान्यवर जर बाहेर नंतर संपल्यानंतर जाणार असतील तर त्यांना जाऊ द्यावं सभागृहातून. वाटेत कुणी उभं राहायचं नाहीये, आपल्या आपल्या चेअरवर बसायचंय पहिल्यांदा. एक 2च मिनिटात सेकंड टेक्निकल सेशन या ठिकाणी सुरू होत आहे. अत्यंत महत्वाचं आणि तुमच्याच पिढीसाठी उपयुक्त असणाऱ्या या विषयावर या ठिकाणी विचार मंथन सुरू आहे.
Thank you very much. As a mark of respect, we respect. I request respected Rajnitai Magdum ma'am to offer a shawl, shripal. I request Dr. S.G. Gaude sir, please come forward and have a seat. S.G. Gaude sir, chairperson of today's session. As a mark of respect, I request Rajnitai Magdum ma'am to offer a shawl, shripal, bouquet, copy of college magazine to our respected resource person. Professor Dr. M.S. Deshmukh, the Faculty of Humanity, HOD, Department of Economics, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I request respected Rajnitai Magdum ma'am offer bouquet to our chairperson, Dr. S.G. Gaude, Associate Professor and Head Department of Economics, Raje Ramrao Mahavidyalay, Jat. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request Dr. N.H. Zadav sir to introduce resource person of technical session 2.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all. I am here to introduce the resource person of this second technical section, Dr. M.S. Deshmukh, sir. He is a distinguished academician and administrator with 29 years of experience in higher education. He currently served as the head of the Department of Economics Autonomous and in charge dean of Faculty of Humanities at Shivaji University. His career is defined by deep commitment to agricultural economics, development studies, and institutional quality assurance. Sir is a prolific researcher who impacts in recognized globally through his ranking in the AD Scientific Index 2023 to 2025. Sir has authored or co-authored 36 books and published 68 research papers in international and national journals. His work has garnered 572 citations, resulting in H index of 11 and I-10 index of 17. He has successfully mobilized 155 lakhs in total project grants, including major projects from ICSSR and UGC. Sir has guided 10 PhD research scholars to completion and served as a referee for numerous academic bodies. As far as administrative leadership and policy contribution is concerned, the cornerstone of his career in his leadership in university governance and quality standard. Sir has served as a director of internal quality assurance here for 4 years and is worked as a NAC peer team committee member. Sir has an active member of the Senate Management Council, Academic Council of the Shivaji University. Sir is contributing as a member of Higher Technical Education Government of Maharashtra committees for NEP 2020 workload and research project. Sir also served as a director of Innovation, Incubation and Linkages and is a director for SUK RDF, a Government of India Section 8 company. Dr. Deshmukh sir brings the gap between academia and public policy through extensive field-based consultancy. He has completed 73 consultancy projects, including social impact assessment for major irrigation and road projects of Government of Maharashtra. Sir recently led the district strategic plan of Sangli district and assessed the socio-economic impact of the Jal Jeevan mission. In conclusion, Dr. Deshmukh represents the rare combination of high impact researcher and the realistic administrator. With career spanning nearly 3 decades, his contribution have not only advanced the field of agricultural economics but also shaped the institutional quality and strategic growth of Shivaji University. With these introductory words, I now request Dr. M.H. Deshmukh sir to enlighten us with his word. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A very good afternoon to one and all on the occasion of one day national seminar, which is popularly titled as Sustainable Development in India, Balancing Economy, Society and Environment. On the occasion of this particular seminar, we do have on this particular dais our own friend and my own colleague in the Department of Economics who has served to the Shivaji University Kolhapur for many, many years, Dr. V.B. Zugle, chairman of this particular technical session, Professor Gaude, faculties of the DRK College of Commerce, delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen. This becomes an immense pleasure for me to be here in this particular August gathering to deliberate some of the ideas, some of the issues, some of the points which are very much associated with a very buzzword what we call as the sustainable development. And this particular theme, this college and the management has considered to have some kind of deliberation, some kind of discussions at a national level. And we all are gathered for this particular event. First of all, on behalf of Shivaji University as well as myself, I place my sincere thanks and as well as congratulate to this particular institute for coming out with such kind of very important topics, what you call as sustainable development. Before this technical session, during the introductory part as well as the plenary session, the experts must have been given some kind of deliberation how this particular theme is important not only for a region but for the state as well as the nation and international point of view. Agenda not only for you and me, but it is of the agenda of the entire globe as such. And this particular agenda, which is given by the UN, UNDP in the form of SDG 2030. So before 2030, all the countries of this particular globe, almost 200 plus countries are there. Some of them are developed, some of them are developing stage. Each one has to consider how to reach towards the not only the development but towards the sustainable development. And this particular concept which this college is giving focus not only for the seminar point of view but to have some kind of deliberation, some kind of discussions and how one can move ahead by taking the region, the state as well as the nation into account and how we can achieve the goals which has been definitely the its point is sustainability or sustainable development. Why do we are focusing more on sustainable development hereafter or since 2015-16 onwards? Though our focus is development, though our focus is the vikas, but the development of the vikas is not only from the quantitative point of view but particularly from the qualitative point of view is very important. And that's why the term sustainable or sustainability matters. What I exactly mean by this? Sustainability is nothing but what we have, at least we have to keep it for the next or the coming generation. You know that on this universe, generation after generations which are coming out, still the planet is there. One has to protect that particular planet. If a particular generation exploit the resources, degradation, for example, you talk about water depletion, groundwater depletion, level of the groundwater which is going down. How long, how many years this process goes, how many years it will continue, to what extent we are using this kind of resources. And if you are using it and keeping it less for the next generation, then what happens? In economics, we call the term like a scarcity. So a shortage which will take place, the problem of scarcity which will arise. So at least in that resources which are provided by the nature, which are provided by the what one call as a natural resource in the form of natural resource, at least we can maintain this. If not at all, we can increase. At least maintaining that matters a lot. And that is why keeping these resources in a safe form, in a what one call as existing form for the next generation or the generation to come is the duty and the responsibility of the present generation. And that is why it's the responsibility of you and me how one can maintain these resources. For example, land quality, for example, water quality. For the future, if at all you are going to do that, then this will go under a sustainable or sustainable development. So that kind of development is expected, taking this SDG goals into account. So we want a development, we want a vikas, we want a pragati, but that kind of development should be not at the cost of what we are doing right now. Taking these things into consideration, if you move ahead, some of the facts I am putting before you. What are these particular facts? If you see some of the services which we are providing, how much is the value of worth rupees? This particular value which is put up in the terms of dollars. So I 125 trillion dollar. The word is trillion, and that is in the form of US dollar. We know what is the present rate of $1 with rupees? Something more than 90, isn't it? So I day after day the rate is also increasing. So if you convert this 125 trillion dollar into our rupees, that much worth of the value which we are creating. And approximately you extend till 2025, the amount goes to till $46 trillion. So these are the quantitative figures which is considered for the things to understand that how much value of worth we are generating and how much the losses worth rupees we are incurring in this particular ecosystem. Moving further and talking about the very keen issues like pollution. For example, we call as air pollution, we call about water pollution, or sometimes we talk about noise pollution too. So taking the pollution into account, and what is the parameter to measure the pollution? If we talk about air pollution, air quality index. If you search on a Google or if you see the any kind of newspaper, you will come to know that the quality of the air is getting polluted day by day. Day, every day, every moment, we are breathing in and breathing out. So we should realize that we need oxygen. What a purity of oxygen we get once we breathe for a second to second. And if you see some of the cities, like for example, take an example of metro cities. I will come back to Kolhapur later on. Metro cities. As per your own general knowledge, which is the most polluted metro city in the country like India? Anybody know? Mostly polluted city in the India? Delhi. So the air quality index of that Rajdhani we call as capital of our country we call as. But can you go there and stay there and live in a proper, good manner in that particular city? Quality of that city has deteriorated. This is what because of the pollution. So, what is important from the sustainability point of view? Maintaining the good quality of air is very important. And to do that, you have learn in your environment. What is that? Forestation is more important. Plantation is more important. Swachhata Abhiyan, this is more important. So there are the many parameters you can see to that. At least you can try to contribute to see to that this planet is to be protected. Next generation is to be protected. For that, what I can do? So, what is my role? My role is to minimize the air quality index. Then the sustainability which will take place. So, these are the facts which I am putting before you, that just I mentioned the example of one of the polluted city in the country, but if you take a globe as such, almost 3.2 billion people are suffering because of not having the good quality air. And you know that if that is not there, the problems like asthma, problems like bronchitis, problems like breathing. So these are the various kind of basic problems which the humanity will have. So the diseases are increasing if you are not maintaining this quality. So one has to be very much particular, very much careful, and this becomes our own part. It becomes our own values. It should become our own duty to what extent I can contribute to maintain this environment as such. So these are the some of the figures which I have just put before you. So days are very, very important. And the coming days are even particularly important. If you are not making correction and recorrection in the system, definitely the quality life in years to come will become very difficult. And that's why talking about such kind of issues in such conferences about the sustainability, about the sustainable development is the need of the hour. Moving further, and talking about some of the facts which the country like India is having, and how the world which is of talking about. Some of the figures I will put before you. You know that is not only my dream or your dream, that is a dream of all the citizens of the country, that India should become a developed nation. How long, how many years we can talk about India is the country of poor, it is a country of slum dwellers, it is a country of a backward, it is country which is not developing, there is a more inequality. In this case, we are projecting, we are dreaming, and the entire nation is dreaming to make India as a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. Is nothing but once we complete the century of our own independence, we are projecting, and you being a youth, you should have more in thinking in your mind that how I can contribute for the development of that. So the way in which our country is progressing, if you see some of the quantitative numbers, quantitative parameters, what one can understand, which are the top most countries out of these 200 plus countries in the world. Top 5 countries, if you consider, then definitely we will come to know that America is nothing but USA. Anybody can understand USA is of the one of the topmost country, followed by China. Next one is Germany. Fourth one is India, and fifth one is Japan. So these are the 5 nations which are growing and whose economic output we call as annual turnover or their own national income or their own gross national product, what you can call as. So that national income of that particular country, how much it was of our country and how much it is now. So one has to compare this. You must be reading in the newspaper that 10 years, 15 years back, India was ranking at 10th, 11th, 12th position. Now it has come to 4th position. Slowly and gradually, the movement has started to go towards the Viksit Bharat, to increase the national output or national income of economy. And we are somewhat closer to 4.2, 4.16 trillion dollar. How much is the income of America? How much is the income of China? If you compare the China and USA, China's national income per year is around 20 trillion dollar. We can take roughly 4. How many times China is ahead? 4 into how much is 20? 4 into 5 becomes 20. I mean, China is having 5 times more income than India. That is the second player in the world. India is the fourth player in terms of the economy. America's income, which is even further higher than that, is of $28 trillion. So our is 4 into how much is 28? 7 times. America is of 7 times ahead. Germany is very close. So in a year or two, Germany being a small country, in a year or two, we can cross the Germany and our economy can become a third largest economy. We are talking about the sustainable, we are talking about the development, but here I am giving the example of development as such. I mean, we are developing, we are progressing. Our economy, we are projecting. We are thinking that our economy should have to have at least $5 trillion in 2 3 years down the line, in which there are many states are there within our country because we are having a federal system. States are there, centers are there. This system is called as federal. Each state is also contributing. Maharashtra state being a progressive state. So what should be our contribution in that $5 trillion economy? We were making some of the project at a district level. Professor V.B. Jugle sir was also the part of that particular project. And that the division-wise, the district-wise strategic plan the government of Maharashtra is preparing. Nothing but Maharashtra has also kept a target for our own state. If the India becomes 5 trillion, Maharashtra should become a $1 trillion economy. I mean, one fifth, 20% of the contribution of government of Maharashtra will be there in overall India's total income. And for that, government of Maharashtra is making a strategic plan of all the districts like Kolhapur, Sangli, Satara. We know how many districts are there in the state. And that's why one of the district strategic plan, Jugle sir, myself and our own team has prepared for the Sangli district. Department has also prepared plan for the Solapur, then Sindhudurg, Ratnagiri. These are the districts. I mean, we are moving strategically, and this strategic move is a development move. And that is why, if at all we want to compete with the rest of the world, then definitely progress is more important, development is more important, contribution is more important, and that contribution in years to come, who should increase? The youth like you is having more responsibility in years to come. I'm coming back to that particular point subsequently. So here, this is what the development which is taking place. But in that particular development, we want to add up the flavor. What kind of flavor? A flavor must be of sustainable development flavor. We want a development, but not at the cost of human being. We want a development with the face of human being. So विकास कोणासाठी आणि कोणाचा विकास माणसासाठी and माणसाचा विचार करून. That is why this human development is also plays very important role in the sustainable development part as such. If we talk about this human development, in the sustainable development, then question arises, what are the parameters of this human development? If we want to make a progress of human, of community, of society, then what are the parameters of that? There are three parameters. Globally, all the countries' human development report regularly every year gets published. So these three parameters are more important. Anybody knows? Any one parameter which you are in the involved in the present system? Education becomes very important parameter. Health becomes second parameter. Livelihood or employability, that becomes a third parameter. So 200 plus countries are getting mapped and their development in case of human development on these three parameters. Then the question arises, where does India stand in these three parameters? Or in HDI development, though I coin, India has become a fourth largest economy in terms of national income globally and third largest economy in terms of startup ecosystem. So these are the parameters which are contributing for the development. But from the sustainable development point of view, from the human development point of view, we have to be more focused on education, health, and employability. In this particular index, India's rank globally of 200 plus country is around 130. Though we talk one side, we are the fourth largest. Though we talk other side, we are the third largest in ecosystem. But in this case, we are too much behind in entire globe as such. 130 rank is imagine in what? In education, in health services, and in livelihood, let's say employability. So this is the area in which one has to put a lot of efforts from the development point of view. What kind of efforts are required? In the education system, you are part and a parcel of this. I don't know how much weightage you give to your own system in which you are spending your time, you are spending your money, and you are spending your own the remaining life what you have remained. So this is too valuable. Education you are taking, but after that, or once you take that, what kind of education require me to sustain, me to give support to the family, and me to increase the regional, national development point of view. And that's why at least the minimum some kind of skilling, some kind of vocational skilling is required. So you can see to it that depending upon your capacity, depending upon your capability, depending upon your own creativity, what skill I can acquire. If you know that, you can come forward. If you don't know, you can take the support of your mentors. All your teachers and parents are your mentors. So I get in consultation with these your mentors and see to that what kind of opportunities are required here to come. And that's why national education policy, though it is having a many limitations in the educational systems from the many organization point of view, but the agenda is more important. A focus is more important. A strategy is more important. This policy is at least talking about a skilling is required. This policy is at least talking about vocational skilling is required. Policy is also talking about some kind of field work experiences to be given to the youth. Does it mean that earlier policies were not giving this kind of opportunities? Earlier policies had the opportunities, but that opportunities were limited. Now you have got the opportunity, and these opportunities are open opportunity. What you demand, that system has to supply. So there is a complete change. There is a 360-degree change in the educational system which has taken place because earlier system was a supply driven system. Now the system is a demand driven system. As and when the demand driven system comes, then the quality slowly and gradually automatically improves. And this is what we want to do. This is what we are expecting. And that's why all that youth should be given qualitative education. For what purpose? To improve our human development index and ranking globally. Once the educational system gets developed, remaining parameters like health and the employability, I don't have any doubt in my mind that that will automatically will get developed. You may think that education develops, then how come health and employability develops? If the good quality education is given, good quality education is given, then we'll have good doctors, we'll have good practitioners, number of hospitals, number of nurses, quality medicines, research, innovation, invention, all that automatically will develop. Health sector will improve slowly and gradually. Lot of efforts are not required if the education is given qualitatively. And once you get the quality education, once you become a knowledgeable through the educational system, then either you will be placed in the employment in the form of open market, or on your own skill you can start your own startups. If the market is not absorbing, you can start your own entrepreneurial activity and you can become the employment giver or employment provider also. Why this is what I'm talking about? Especially the last 50, 60 years history of our economy. Our agriculture sector still we call as it's a dominating sector. It is a dominating sector. Why? At the time of 50, 51, their contribution was something more than 55% in the overall income of economy. Now the service sector has become a dominating sector. Industrial sector in both the way, in the earlier way as well as today, is in the middle stage. Their contribution in overall income is somewhere around 22, 23, 24, 25%. Roughly 3-4% change which has taken place. That's fluctuating in that. What is expected now? For a sustainable development, for the development of the economy, we want to focus more on industrial activities. Forget about the pollution part. We will take a remedial measures for that. But employment generation is more important. Productive activities are more important. And for that, not the big industries are required. Professor V.B. Jugle sir was talking about 4-5 industrials that capture the entire country. We don't want to create such kind of capitalist and giving the entire country in the hand of 4-5 people. We want equity. We want everyone to get involved in that. What is expected is MSME sector is to be given more focus. What is MSME? Micro, small, and medium enterprises. And that is what the strategy that China has adopted in the past. China was also number one in the size of population. We are now become a number one in size of population. The things are changed. Our neighbor was in the population demographic trend, it was number one. Now we have become a number one. That time also the China's progress which has taken place. Why? Because China has given more concentration on Har Ghar Udyog, like that. Har Ghar Udyog. Nothing but on the industrial sector. That is what we have not focused in the past. Now, at present, what is required? We have to imbibe creativity in the minds of these young students so that some of them will turn into startup industrial activities and small that micro enterprises they will start their production and their employment, which will push up the economy subsequently. This is one of the agenda to move towards the development point of view. That's why the MSME sector must be given more priority. Coming to some of the other parameters. What are some of the other parameters? As I said, industry is given the focus like a small, medium enterprises, and accordingly we are projecting the development. Of course, we are also expecting the sustainable development. In this case, if you compare China and India in the last 70, 80 years, last 70, 80 years, take the example from 1950 onwards. National income of our country and the national income of China with a marginal difference. India and China were on the same age, on the same platform. We are at a 4 point something trillion dollar. China has went to $20 trillion in the last 70 years. There's nothing but China has made something more development in that. I'm also giving some example with India and USA subsequently, and then I am going to stop it. But the point is, industrial sector to some extent with some parameter is to be focused for the HDI point of view and the development point of view. And that is what by taking the issues like pollution, issues like air quality, and regulating all these parameters, one can go for a sustainable development. Another parameter is our primary sector, agriculture sector. Once upon a time, we had a term, what we call as Sheti Uttam, Vyapar Madhyam, and Nokri Kanisht. आता काय परिस्थिती आहे? नोकरी नंबर 1, व्यापार number 2, शेती नकोच नको, isn't it? Nobody is wanted to get involved in agriculture. What will happen to this economy if everybody says we don't want to involve in the agriculture? But that is a day-to-day activity which we are consuming from the agriculture only. Then who will go for this particular sector? There was one survey which was conducted by the Indian Express long days back. Indian Express, and they have asked some questions to the youth. How many of you want to get engaged in agriculture sector? 86% you said we don't want to get engaged in agriculture sector. See the trend. See the situation. What will happen to this sector? We know that in agriculture sector, what was the output last 50, 60 years and how much is now? Thanks to the technological upgradation, thanks to the crop modifications, thanks to the new kind of invention, innovation which has taken place. From 51 million tons, we have gone to 360, 70 million tons. The basket of food required for our economy, which our Indian farmers are producing, that's where you are more strengthened, more livelihood, and getting more energy to remain in this community. So I thanks goes to whom? Thanks to goes to that Raja, what we call as Bali Raja, or just the farmer. So in that sector, one has to make some kind of advancement, some kind of changes. The young generation should get attracted toward this. If everybody want to get involved in a service sector, कुठली पण नोकरी चालेल, शिपायाची मिळाली तरी पण चालेल, पण शेती नको. This kind of attitude, this kind of approach, one has to make the change. So whichever may be the sector, you can perform well. If you have more skill, if you have more knowledge, if you have more land, if you have more resources, why not to get engaged in that? Learn the marketing strategy. Learn the marketing strategy, learn the production strategy, see the environment, which are the commodities which can have more prices in the international market. Try to get involved in these particular activities. Some of the farmers, if you consider, we are number one in rice production, we are even number one, number two in the milk production, we are number one, number two in fruits and vegetable production. So these are the basic necessities which the India is not only supplying to the country's youth, but that is exportable things also. One example I will give what was happened, what is the situation now. I think this present generation is not aware about a particular situation, maybe around 70s or 80s, during maybe the tenure of late Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri. He made an appeal to the nation, at least keep one meal. Why he made, being a prime minister, why he made an appeal to the nation, at least keep one meal? म्हणजे एक टाइमला तुम्ही उपाशी राहा. The point is, if you skip one meal, that kind of food which will be made available to that fellow which is remaining starved from last 2, 3, 4 days. It means there was a shortage of food. And I think under the PL 480, Public Law 480, PL 480, the government has imported wheat from America. And I am coming to this point now. Wheat from America. All the things on the slide which is mentioned, I'm skipping that. And the America were supplying the wheat to the India. What they have done in that, आपण मराठीत म्हणतो ना ते गवत, काँग्रेस गवत, isn't it? So the seeds of that, which were also mixed in that kind of wheat, and still we were consuming because the production were not there. Sufficient food grain were not available in this for that country whose population is of huge. Now at this stage, this community which is producing 360, 70 million tons, there is no shortage as such. And that's why a country like USA, is it a good friend of India or it is not a good friend? I will not say enemy, or it is not a good friend of India. One has to judge it on certain incidences. Sometimes they have also stopped to supply that qualitative, what the wheat that seeds of the what we call as grass, Congress, the wheat they were supplying to India. That also they have stopped it sometimes. And that's why taking this situation into consideration and the issue which has taken place in the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months back, you can correlate it. See, if any country want to progress strategically, and the number one is coming to know that slowly and gradually, 4 is becoming 3 is becoming 2, and it is becoming our own competitor. Then America has shown their own little vibrations. What sort of vibrations? Tarification. They have imposed the tarification on the country like India. If you export agriculture commodities, we will impose 50% taxes on your product. What the strategy? If you get oil from the Russia, then only this will happen. And if you stop, then only we will try to reduce this. There is a concept in economics and international trade, what we call as bilateral trade agreements. So America don't know there is a bilateral trade between the two countries can take place. We can have a liberty to get connected with Russia, to get connected with any other countries of this 200 plus. Now the things are getting slowly and gradually relax. Maybe last 3-4 days. Now this is what the situation is taking place globally, and in certain situations, how stronger we should be, that matters. How the youth should come forward with the concept, with the ideas, with creativity for the development, for the sustainable development, that also matters. And that's why, if to conclude in the last 5 minutes, I will come back to you only. How much is the youth size of our country? If you see that 145 million plus peoples, म्हणजे 140 कोटीपेक्षा जास्त, 145 कोटीपेक्षा जास्त. Now the population counting which will take place in this particular year, once we come to know, then we'll get the exact figure. But at least out of this, 65% plus is the youth population, whose average age, sarasari ayurman, average age, how much? 30 to 32 years. How much is the life expectancy of our Indian population? Life expectancy is 85 plus years. So 85 minus 30. How much is the duration? How much is duration? 85 minus 30? How much? Little louder. 55. So we have a chance in the next 55 years to project on this youth for the development of country point of view. So this is the demographic strategy one has to adopt, one has to plan, one has to see to that how one can convert this demography into demographic dividend. And that is why to get the demographic dividend, to fetch the demographic dividend, youth education, skill education, vocational education is the era of next 50 to 55 years. Otherwise, this demographic dividend will get converted into a demographic burden, and that is not the good symptom for the development point of view. So youth is having a more focus now, and that is why from the sustainability point of view, from the development point of view, the policies are to be focused, and that should be youth oriented policies. I don't mean that non-youth should not be given the focus, but the priority, the first priority in years to come must be given for the youth. And that's why from 2018 onwards, 2018 onwards till 2060, this is the duration and this is the tenure before the Indian economy, so that we can try to get what we are dreaming. That's what Viksit Bharat is a dream. Developed India is our dream, and that can be achieved by focusing more on the youth. So, in this case, if you consider the youth, if you consider the education, if you consider the health aspect, and if you consider employability and entrepreneurial aspect, by giving focus to the MSME more and their contribution more in the overall development of our country, at least in the manufacturing more, then definitely development will take place, and that's what we expect project that will take place. Whenever this kind of strategy agenda goes ahead, so every coin has two sides. We cannot say that only head will take place, tail will not be there. So the tail is also given the focus. It's nothing but proper policies are required. Industrial development is subject to pollution. Industrial development is subject to reduction in the good quality of air. I mean, the air quality index that will fall down. So, in that particular aspect, also, some kind of focus, some kind of strategies are to be given more important. Last point I will just focus, and that is associated with protecting the planet. आपण मराठीत म्हणतो प्रत्येक गोष्टीचं सोंग करता येतं, पण आपल्या भाषेमध्ये पैशाचं सोंग करता येत नाही. बिकॉज दॅट इज मोर इम्पॉर्टंट फॉर अस. बिकॉज वन्स यू गो आउट, what is required? We can get anything if we have money. Huh? But if you're not protecting the planet, see what will happen. So the planet, qualitative planet, environment, protection of the environment, that is equally matters. What are the global parameters of that? At least how much is a forest coverage area is required to have a good quality of air? Minimum 30 to 32% coverage is required in the form of forest. And see that deforestation which has taken place in the past, and that is what the repercussion, that's what the disadvantages which we are getting nowadays. So those who have done this, but this generation is taking the disadvantage of that. You are going to do the same thing for the next generation. We don't want to keep the next generation on the volcano of whatnot. So our prime duty is to see to it that something to be protected for the next generation, something to be retained for the next generation. Whatever we retain, that must be qualitatively we should retain for the future generation. So care of the future by protecting the environment is the message which we can give to the community, to the society, to the what one call as the citizens of the country, so that development is a must, but the sustainable development is the main pillar of this development agenda. With these few words, I think this particular conference has fruitfully managed by the principals, organizers, as well as the management of this particular college. And the topic which they have been identified, which was very much important, not only from the sake of only the academic community, but it's for all, we call as it's for all. And that is a very valuable topic they have come up for this particular conference and for a technical session. They have given me the opportunity to share my own views on behalf of myself, Ajuradi Shivaji University. I place a sincere thanks to all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing such an informative and useful knowledge with us. We truly appreciate your guidance. Two experts we have here. If anyone have any questions or doubts regarding this, kindly raise your hand. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. P.N. Devri sir to propose vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all of you. Here I am propose vote of thank for the technical session second. One day national seminar sustainable development in India, balancing economy, society and environment. For this session, we having with Professor Dr. Deshmukh sir, and it is our honor because of Deshmukh sir, Jugle sir, we having with us. For respected Chairman Dr. S.G. Gowde sir, and our esteemed resource person, Honorable Professor Dr. M.S. Deshmukh sir, distinguished delegates and dear participants. It is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks for this enlightened technical session. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. M.S. Deshmukh sir, Dean, Faculty of Humanity and HOD, Department of Economics, Shivaji University, for his insightful and thoughtful provoking address. Sir, you beautifully explained how to sustainable development require effective project management, environmental responsibility, and inclusive economic planning. Your reflection on the role of MSME in green growth, the responsibility of youth in the building of the innovative India and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 have the truly inspired all of us. I am also sincerely thanks our respected chairperson Dr. S.G. Gaude sir for his valuable and gracious presence. My gratitude extend to organizing committee, technical team, faculty member, researcher, and student whose active participation made this session meaningful and successful. With this word, I once again express our sincere thanks to our distinguished resource person, respected dignitaries, and all present here participant. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Lunch has been arranged in the college canteen. After the lunch, we will proceed with the paper presentation session followed by the valedictory session. Thank you very much.
हे ऑपरेट करायचं सांगा. कुठलं हे नेक्स्ट हे फक्त ना चालू पीपीटी आहेत. Yes, good afternoon, all dignitary on the dais, all the faculties as well as the students. My name is Mrs. Reena Ashwin Joshi. I am here to present the paper on the topic of role of artificial intelligence in the manufacture sector for the sustainable development, especially in the perspective of the an Indian scenario. So now we all are aware about that the manufacturing sector is following the industry 4.0, that is the use of the data, use of the artificial intelligence, use of the technology, that is the totally data driven approach which caters the all the manufacturing processes in the particular industry. So with the help of the artificial intelligence, there is always a method or the terminology to find the sustainable development. There are certain key uses of the artificial intelligence in the manufacture sector, such as my paper is focusing on the different uses like digital twin technology, then cobots, then predictive maintenance, custom manufacturing, then generative design, quality control, then supply chain management as well as inventory management, energy management, workforce management, then the product and spare part designing, then the document search and summarization. So all in all these processes, the different types of the intelligence, artificial intelligence is used to enter the data on a virtual mode. So with the virtual mode, the real time insights are given for the all types of manufacturing processes. Here are the some of the examples that I also have tried to introduce how it is being used in the Indian manufacturing sector. So with respect to the Tata Steel, Tata Steel is using AI for its energy optimization. So, how much energy is to be used and how energy has to be minimized for the particular processes in the organization to achieve the process improvement. As well as the Maruti Suzuki. Maruti Suzuki has implemented the AI for the quality control mechanism. So, quality control techniques for the computer vision. This is the AI enabled technique used for the quality control inspection of the all parts with the help of the intelligence will find that there is a improvement in the quality. Then also the Bosch India is using AI for its waste reduction process. Then the ITC is using for the sustainable manufacturing as well as the packaging process. Then the Ultratech cement, where the all the cement manufacturing processes, the use of the AI reduces the carbon emission, which always helps for the sustainable development. As well as TVS Motors is used AI for the green green manufacturing operations, where the waste is reduced, the hazardous chemicals are reduced for the manufacturing processes. Here is the some data analysis with respect to how AI is used in the industry. So it is used for the predictive maintenance, predictive predictions. Before actual processing, some predictions can be assumed to minimize the wastage, to minimize the defects into the system. For that, the artificial intelligence proves to be very helpful, because before going with the process, it determines what will happen next. So it will prevent the loss, or it prevents the damage into the sector. Then also quality improvement. So all types of design defects can also be improved before actual manufacturing or the any stage of manufacturing process. Thus, I conclude that here are the some findings. AI proves as the enabler for the sustainable development. We with the data visualization techniques, with the IoT techniques, with the big data analytics, so we can find that artificial intelligence proves to be the energy booster, and no, not only the improving the economy but for the sustainable development. So reducing our environmental hazards and to improve the economy as well as to improve the or the sustain the environment, because in the long run if we want to live on this planet earth, we should take care of our environment. Then only it is a happy life for all of us to retain here. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions or doubts regarding this presentation? Kindly raise your hand. Thank you, madam. Next, I call Dr. Devli sir. Come forward and begin the presentation.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am Dr. Devli PN. Herewith, I would like to present my paper entitled Role of Green Finance in Supporting Corporate Sustainability and Analytical Study of MSME in Kolhapur district. Outline of this presentation: I would like to present my paper in brief. Introduction, objective of this study, research methodology, data analysis and interpretation, where I would like to focus on category of MSME, nature of business activity, awareness of green finance, availing green loan, environmental sustainability impact, and their major findings, suggestion, and finally conclude my paper. Introduction: you may know sustainable development is the global priority. Environmental degradation and climate risk increasing and need to uh, responsible financial system emerging of green finance. Of considering the background of the paper, here we set the objective, assess the green finance adoption level, examine the impact on corporate sustainability, identify major challenges. Here with adopts methodology for the prepare this research paper. For this purpose, 15 MSME micro, small, medium enterprises are selected and calculate percentage correlation and regression with considering 95% confidence level. Here with data presentation, data analysis and analysis here. Here we consider category of MSME, 30% micro, 22% medium and 48% small enterprises. Nature of activity considered for this research paper. Awareness of green finance, 44% respondent are aware about green finance and list respondent are not aware about green finance. Availing of green loans, there is 28% respondent available green loan. Uh, Environmental sustainability and majority respondent agree to 40% they are agreed for the environmental sustainability impact, and major finding is there positive impact on sustainability performance, high cost and procedural com- conflicts complexity major barriers, green finance support to long term stability, suggestion expand the subsidy and tax incentives and single windows mechanism for the approval. Conclusion: green finance significantly improve sustainability with the adoption of proper policies with support of require policy for MSME unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions or doubts? Thank you very much. Next, I will call Sonal Gaude, madam. Come forward and begin the presentation.
आवाज येतोय? Okay, good afternoon all. So my topic is decarbonization and its business impact on heavy industries. आता heavy industries म्हटलं की लोकांना हेवी म्हणजे खूप जास्त काहीतरी त्याच्याबद्दल हेवी वाटायचं. त्यामुळे मी खूप थोडक्यात सांगते कारण आपल्या इथे पीपीटी पण चालू नाहीये. मोस्टली सगळे फॅक्ट्स आहेत माझ्या प्रेझेंटेशनमध्ये. तर हेवी इंडस्ट्रीज म्हणजे जसं की आपल्याकडे स्टील, सिमेंट किंवा पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स, यू कॅन टेक सम पेट्रोकेमिकल प्रोडक्ट्स, हेवी मशिनरी, इंजिनिअरिंग एक्सेट्रा. So why this topic matters is because we have we have goals, we have sustainability goals. That is in India, we have India net zero 2070, net 2000. Hello. Net zero 2070, which means that आपल्याला कार्बन आपले जे एमिशन्स आहेत ते आपल्याला हळूहळू झिरो करायचे आहेत. वेन वी हॅव सेबी BRSR, हे खूप महत्वाचं आहे. पुढे जाऊन तुम्हाला अभ्यासाला सुद्धा येऊ शकतं. सो सेबी BRS बिझनेस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अँड सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग हे आता कंपल्सरी झालेलं आहे, मॅन्डेटरी फॉर टॉप 1000 कंपनीज, top 1000 listed companies. So this is why this matters, BRSR reporting. And we are talking about heavy industries here. हेवी इंडस्ट्रीजचा काय त्यांनी केलेलं आहे ज्यामुळे आपलं कार्बनचं एमिशन्स रिड्यूस होऊ शकतं. या पेपरचे काही रिसर्च ऑब्जेक्टिव्ह आहेत जे आम्ही पेपर लिहिताना आम्हाला काही ठळक आपल्यासमोर आपल्याला मुद्दे ठेवावे लागतात. सो दॅट इज लाईक आपण का हा पेपर बनवतोय, तर ते हे 2 ऑब्जेक्टिव्ह आहेत माझे. पहिलं म्हणजे डिस्क्राईब करणं की व्हॉट आर द मेजर्स ऑफ डिकार्बोनायझेशन, आणि सेकंडली त्याच्यामधले चॅलेंजेस आणि इम्पॅक्ट काय त्याचा. देन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट रिसर्च मेथोडॉलॉजी. आय हॅव एम्प्लॉईड सेकंडरी डेटा. हा डेटा मला ऑनलाईन किंवा आपल्या वेगवेगळ्या वेबसाईट्समधून, वेगवेगळ्या रिपोर्टिंगमधून मिळालेला आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये हे 2022 ते 23 या वर्षानंतरचा हा डेटा आहे. 4 कंपनी घेतलेल्या आहेत मी. अल्ट्राटेक आहे, नंतर आपला अंबुजा सिमेंट्स आहे, टाटा स्टील आहे आणि JSW स्टील आहे. सिमेंटच्या बाबतीत बोलायला गेलं, सॉरी दिस इज लिटरेचर रिव्ह्यू. सिमेंट इंडस्ट्रीच्या बद्दल बोलायला गेलं तर सिमेंट इंडस्ट्री आपण इंडिया वर्ल्डमध्ये सेकंड नंबरवर आहोत. सो इन दिस केस वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट सिमेंट इंडस्ट्री, आणि त्याच्यामध्ये फर्स्ट नंबरवर अल्ट्राटेक आहे, सेकंड नंबरवर आपल्याकडे आहे अंबुजा सिमेंट्स. ओके, so these are the impacts what they have done, and like what are the measures they have taken. uh, म्हणजे just a minute. WHR, that is waste heat recovery, ही खूप महत्वाची कॉन्सेप्ट आहे या पेपरमध्ये. वेस्ट हीट रिकव्हरी म्हणजे आपल्याकडे एखादं भांडं असेल गरम तापवलेलं, तर त्याच्यावरती जी हे राहते, हीट राहते, ती सुद्धा एक प्रकारची एनर्जी आहे. ती अशीच उडून वेस्ट न होऊन देता यू कॅन युटिलाइज दॅट एनर्जी. दॅट इज कॉल्ड एज waste heat recovery. So this waste heat recovery is ही आपल्याला एनर्जी म्हणून यूज करू शकतो. हे अल्ट्राटेक कंपनी किंवा आता नवीन वेगवेगळ्या कंपनीमध्ये हे युटिलायझेशन होत जातं. नंतर अंबुजा सिमेंट्स आहे, तिकडे ग्रीन पॉवर, जसं की आपल्याकडे सोलार पॅनल्स वगैरे असतात, तर त्याच्यामध्ये ते लीड करत आहे. देन देर इज इंडियन स्टील ओव्हरव्ह्यू. आता ह्या झाल्या सिमेंटच्या कंपनीज. आपण आता स्टीलच्या कंपनीज 2 बघत आहोत. स्टीलमध्ये टाटा स्टील आहे, जे हायड्रोजन पॉवर यूज करत आहे. अँड नेक्स्ट इज JSW स्टील, दॅट इज गोइंग इनटू सस्टेनेबिलिटी मेजर्स. सो दीज आर द 2 कंपनीज. आणि हे डिकार्बोनायझेशनचे काही की लिव्हर्स जे एम्प्लॉय झालेले आहेत. सो दॅट इज वेस्ट हीट रिकव्हरी. देन वी हॅव रिन्युएबल एनर्जी. देन वी हॅव क्लिंकर रिडक्शन. क्लिंकर म्हणजे पण जेव्हा लाईमस्टोन वापरतो सिमेंट बनवताना, तर त्याच्यामध्ये 60% नॉर्मल आपलं जे हीट प्रोड्यूस होते आणि त्याने 60% एवढं पोल्युशन होऊ शकतं. तर आपण त्याच्यामध्ये स्लॅग, वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे लाईमस्टोन, वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचं मिक्स करतो, त्याला क्लिंकर रिडक्शन म्हणतात. म्हणजे प्युअरली सिमेंट न वापरता त्याच्यामध्ये आपण ॲडिशन्स करतो. देन वी हॅव स्टील ऑल्सो. In steel also we are using other sustainability measures, like we are employing डिफरंट काइंड्स ऑफ स्क्रॅप जो असतो स्टील, जे स्क्रॅप आपलं जे स्क्रॅप जे आपण मेटल वगैरे आहे कार्सचं वगैरे, ते आपण परत रिसायकल करतोय. सो दॅट इज स्क्रॅप बेस्ड EAF. And these are the emerging business benefits. You have a greater EBITDA, that then we have access to exports, we have premium products, green products आपल्याला यामुळे मिळालेले आहेत. So those are the key findings, and this is the conclusion which I have, की आपलं या डिकार्बोनायझेशनमुळे कॉस्ट कॉम्पिटिटिव्हनेस, रिस्क मॅनेजमेंट आणि मार्केट ॲक्सेस आपला वाढत आहे. सजेशन फक्त एवढंच आहे की BRSR जे रिपोर्टिंग आहे ते आता पेपरवर राहिलेलं आहे. Slowly by slowly, we have to actually consider and think about it in a more proactive approach, and there has to be more of disclosures which are not existing. आता सगळं व्हॉलंटरी आहे, ते लोक करतच नाहीयेत. थँक्यू.
Thank you very much. This is a gentle reminder to kindly fill the feedback form provided you. Your valuable feedback is very important for us to improve the future academic program. Now next I call Sakshi Ganesh Jadhav. Come forward and begin the presentation. The last presenter.
Good afternoon, everyone. My good afternoon, ev- everyone, respected teachers and my dear friends. Today, I'm going to present my research paper on environmental degradation and sustainable development. Environmental degradation means human activities like industrialization, urbanization, pollution, and over exploitation, and it happens when people use natural resources carelessly, and it happens where when air, land, forests are damaged. Because of this, environmental degradation has become a serious problem all over the world. Then, what is sustainable development? Sustainable development means growing and improving life without harming nature. In other words, sustainable development means uses natural resources carefully without harming nature, which will help to fulfill our future needs. Then, what are the causes of environmental degradation? The main cause is pollution, smoke from vehicles and industries, then uh, dirty water from homes and industries create pollution and too much environmental issues. It's harmful for our life. Then population growth. When population increases, people need more food, water, land, and forests. And then third is deforestation. Deforestation means cutting trees for farming industries. Then overuse of natural resources, using too much oil, coal, then water and minerals leads to shortage of resources. Then possible solutions, ways to control the environmental degradation. Then first is sustainable development. We already discussed about sustainable development. Then afforestation and deforestation. Afforestation means uh, planting trees in new areas, and deforestation means uh, planting trees where forests were cut. Then most important is proper waste management. Waste should not be thrown openly. The 3R method means reduce, reuse, and recycling. For example, reduce plastic use, then recycling paper, glass, and metal, and reuse bags and bottles. Then everyone has a responsibility. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the environment. We should save water, avoid plastic use, and talk about environmental issues. This helps to encourage others to act responsibly. Then, and most important, keep our surroundings clean. Small actions of many people can create big change. So, why did I choose this topic? I choose this topic because environmental degradation is a global serious problem, and it affects human life and nature. So let us work together to create a clean, green, and healthy world. Thank you for listening my presentation.
Thank you very much. This is again sentence reminder to kindly fill the feedback form provided to you. Your valuable feedback is very important for us to improve the future academic program. We request you to submit the completed feedback form before collecting your participation certificate. Thank you for your cooperation.
I request Samriddhi come forward and begin your presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you for मला असं करायचं होतं प्रेझेंटेशन, पण मी करू शकले नाही काही कारणामुळं. पण आता मी जरा थोड्या वेळ तुमच्यासाठी बोलते. म्हणजे आता आपण म्हणजे मी तरी आता आधुनिक शेती याविषयी प्रेझेंटेशन करणार होते, पण त्याचं नाही जमलं. तर आजच्या काळात आपलं हे शेतीविषयी आधुनिकीकरण आलेलं आहे. ते बदलायचं कसं हे तर चालू आहे आपल्यात. पण काही कारणामुळे आपण बदलू शकत नाही. ते एक पारंपरिकरित्या करत राहिलेले आहेत काही माणसं त्यांना भेटत नाही करायला असं ट्रॅक्टर वगैरे असं काही जरी आधुनिक आलेलं आहे, ते भेटत नाहीये. ते का भेटत नाही हे माहिती नाही. पण आपल्या ह्या शाश्वत विकासामध्ये ते खूप गरजेचं आहे असं वाटतंय मला तर. तर ही शाश्वत विकास ही आपल्या पूर्ण भारत देशामध्ये किंवा इतर कुठेही संकल्पना ही त्या माणसांपर्यंत रुजावी, ही माझ्या मते वाटते. थँक यू सर.
Thank you very much, Samruddhi. Here I declare the end of presentation session. Respected dignitaries, dear participants, now we proceed to valedictory session, the concluding session of today's program. This session marks the successful completion of our one-day national seminar. In this session, participation certificate will be distributed. As I call out your names, kindly come forward and collect your certificates. Joshi Reena Ashwin, madam. Reena Joshi, madam, come forward to collect the certificate. Thank you. Next, Gaude Sonal Krishna, madam, come forward. Thank you. Salunke Sumeda Sarjera, come forward. Patil Jaiprakash Shivgauda, come forward. Patil Jaiprakash Shivgauda. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Remaining certificates will be distributed after the validation session. Now I request Dr. Professor Uttam Patil sir for few words regarding this seminar.
Hello, I congratulate Professor Dr. Naik, Professor Dr. Desai, Dr. Bothikar. I congratulate the principal of this college, Professor Dr. Varsha Maidargi Madam, for organizing one day national seminar on such a wonderful topic, sustainable development in India, balancing economy, society, and environment. If you listen to me, I'll feel that you feel at home with me. All the junior college students, are you happy with English? Really? Seems so. Thank you very much. The point is, the development that damages cannot be a sustainable development. Something that damages, for example, the mobile phones that you carry with you, that is a huge development of human being, right? Progress. Huh? We have Mahabharata, the things given in Mahabharata in your hand. In Mahabharata, the war starts on Kurukshetra, and Dhritarashtra, the blind king, wants to have all the details of what happens on the battlefield there. And there is a Sanjay having that divine sight, divine, godly sight. Okay. And Sanjay narrates, he gives commentary, running commentary, how Bhima breaks the eye of Duryodhana. All these details they are narrated, and you have in your hands mobile handsets, right? And you can talk to your friend, a distant one. You can see him on the screen of mobile. You know, it's a great progress, right? With artificial intelligence, you can create anything. In the morning, we had great scholars like Honorable Yeshwant Thorat Sahib, Honorable Professor Dr. Vasant Jugle sir, Dr. Sonaune from Delhi University. I could have that feast in the morning, and they explained the development, sustainable development. They talked about that. Hello, my students, you see, one thing must be clear. Sustainable development should not be restricted to the material development, the physical development that we have. There is a need to have some social development also, familial development also, something that would sustain the familial relations, the way you have relations with your brother, sister, father, mother, uh, grandfather, grandmother, that also comes under sustainable development. The girls who help their mothers in kitchen, they are assisting sustainable development. The boys who help their fathers in running the house, that is sustainable development. If you respect your parents, if you respect your teachers, that is also sustainable development. We need to sustain the good relationships. I'm not an expert on sustainable development in a real sense, but whatever that I realize, whatever that I visualize, the language, I congratulate Samruddhi. because she could have the courage to come over here as Professor Dr. Desai insisted her. She came over here and she could talk about modern agriculture. See, the students of Deshbhakta Ratnappa Kumbhar College of Commerce, if you use English not just for your sake, but for the sake of the community, for the sake of your friends, that is sustainable development. You will not even have, you will not believe, you will not have faith in what I say. But if you talk, it will have some progress, social progress. Otherwise, you have been studying English for last 12 years, 11 years, 10, at least 10 years. But if you cannot use English, then is that development? Is that right development? But if you can use that, then it becomes a sustainable development. The plastic that we use in council, our Honorable Secretary Sahib, Dr. Vishwanath Magdum, and all the council members, they took the decision that plastic bottles, non-degradable plastic will not be used in the campus of council colleges, right? What we are having here, these stainless steel pots. But have you ever seen a plastic bag lying on the road? Do you pick up that? No, you say that it's not my duty, it's not my responsibility. The garbage collector, cleaner will come and collect those, okay, material, that material lying down there. And what are you doing there? You are an obstruction, you are a problem to sustainable development. Because we throw those plastic bags in gutters, they reach the rivers, rivers reach the seas, and the fish that we eat, consume, seafood that we consume, it has plastic. There we have plastic. So that is not sustained. Natural things are not sustained because of this development. And there is a need to. You have huge responsibility. As early in the morning, the Honorable Secretary Dr. Vishwanath Magdum said, he pointed out that, and even Dr. Zugule also, he pointed out that it is in your hands to sustain this earth, this planet, because sustainable development, it has those four P's: people, planet, then prosperity and peace. People, planet, prosperity, and peace. Development is for people. Development is for the earth. If it is done for earth, have you seen the movie? Just 2 minutes, okay? Have you seen the movie Avatar? English movie Avatar? Do you remember the name of the space station in the movie? Pandora, right? The people from this planet go to the space station there, Pandora, and there they disturb the things. That is not sustainable development. We are talking about the sustainable development in Kolhapur, but have we ever thought about what happens in Ukraine, what happens in Gaza? Are they assisting sustainable development? The developed countries, we are still not Vikasit. By 2048, 47, the vision is Viksit Bharat, right? But are they really contributing to the Vikasit planet, sustain the planet? No, very sorry. The life is full of paradox. America that speaks about development, how much damage does it cause to the world? You need to think about that. Read newspapers. Be rational, be logical in the college, outside the college. You are having the identity of Deshbhakta Ratnappa Kumbhar College of Commerce. So when you are walking along the road, you are not an individual. You have the identity of the college and you need to be very, very careful with that. So after few years, you will have that life. I'll give one example from Japan. huh? I'll give one example from Japan and I'll stop. In Japan, you know, very young children, they think about sustainable development. They think about cleanliness. They think about hygiene. And in India, do we think about that? Do we have even time to clean the road in front of our houses, the yard and the road? Do we spare time for that? So be very, very careful. I once again thank Dr. Naik sir because I came here accidentally. I had a letter. When I read the letter, I was in confusion and I called Naik sir. And he told me, then why not you come for the valedictory function? Okay. So I came here. Okay. I congratulate all the paper presenters also. Number is not important. What is important? The wish, the desire to do something, that is important. There are two paper presenters. I could just see their presentations and wonderfully presented. Even I don't remember your name. Huh? Sakshi. Sakshi, you have very, very bright future. Now you could understand what teachers are supposed to do. They are supposed to read a lot. They are supposed to have courage and guide the society. All your teachers, they work hard, they research a lot, and they come. They do this for not just your sake, not for their personal benefits, advantages, but they do this for the sake of the country, for the sake of society, country, for the sake of planet. Okay. I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my views over here. And I, at the end of my uh, presentation, I again I remember Deshbhakta Padma Shri Dr. Ratnapanna Kumbhar, a visionary who had the courage to change the society, the nation. I, at the same time, I thank the organizers once again and I take my leave of yours. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very much, sir. Two more certificate distributions are there. I request chairperson of this valedictory session to kindly distribute the participation certificate. Students' names Sakshi Jadhav and Samruddhi Chavan come forward to collect certificates. Sakshi Jadhav and Samruddhi Chavan. Thank you very much. With this, we come to end the today's program. Thank you to all dignitaries, resource persons, faculty members, organizers, and participants for making this seminar grand success. Special word of appreciation to all the presenters for their active involvements and meaningful contribution. With this, to formally conclude this today's seminar, I request Dr. Potikar sir to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. Respected dignitaries on the dais, well-known resource persons, faculty members, dear participants and students. A very good evening to all. I, Dr. Shivaji of Bothikar, convener of the seminar. It is my proud opportunity to propose the vote of thanks at the valedictory function of this insightful national seminar on sustainable development in India, balancing economy, society, and environment, organized by the Department of Economics and Law of the RK College of Commerce, Kolhapur. First, I express my heartfelt gratitude to our well-known resource person, Dr. Yashwant Thorat, former chairman of NABARD, for his insightful and thoughtful address on overall economic development and sustainable growth. Sir, your vast experience and deep understanding of India's development direction has greatly enriched our perspective on how economic progress can harmoniously align with environmental and social importance. We are truly grateful for your valuable guidance. We deep, deeply thank our Honorable President of Council of Education, so Rajinatai Magdum, and Secretary Dr. Viswanath Magdum for gracing the session with their support and guidance. We are equally thankful to Dr. Ajay Sonavne, Professor, Delhi University, for his insightful lectures on sustainable development and the important role of law. Sir, you have clearly defined how legal frameworks and policy mechanisms acts as pillars in providing sustainable and universal development. Your academic insights have increased our understanding of the legal dimensions of sustainability. I extend sincerely appreciation to Dr. P. Bijugade and Dr. M.S. Desmukh for conducting the technical session with great clarity and scholarly depth. Your efforts and guiding discussion and supporting meaningful academic exchange have made this seminar inspiring and productive. Our heartfelt thanks also go to the principal, Dr. Varsha Mahendargi Madam of DRK College of Commerce for constant encouragement and support in organizing this national seminar. We are grateful to all faculty members of the departments of economics and law whose careful planning and teamwork provided the smooth and conduct of this program. I would also like to thank the entire research author, co-author, paper presenters, participants, and students whose active involvement and thoughtful contribution made this seminar a grand success. Your engagement truly reflected the spirit of academic research and commitment to sustainable development. We sincerely thank Principal Dr. Uttam Patil sir, Knight College of Commerce, Kolhapur, for his presence and guidance during the valedictory functions. Lastly, we extend our gratitude to the organizing committee, technical staff, and non-teaching staff for their dedicated efforts and behind the scenes. As we conclude this seminar, let us carry forward the ideas, insights, and inspiration received here and work collectively towards building a sustainable India that balance economy, society, and environment. Thank you, one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you.